DKS, voilà. Bien joué. Beau fight. Pardon. Attends, je vais mettre ma mini et tout. Ah voilà, Vada et le get up.
Demain, je vais me mettre quelque chose.
Vas-y, mets la croisée des légendes. Ah.
C'est quoi ça?
Non, c'est toi le chef. Talia, va chercher dans mon sac mon chargeur, s'il te plaît. Quoi? T'es sérieux, Talia? Pause.
Attends, faut que je demande un truc. Les gars.
Ouais.
Y'en a un qui peut m'aider. Qui s'y connaît en souris?
Bah moi, moi, c'est logique. En bas, Talia, bah, tu sais quoi, tu vas encore réattendre pour essayer de passer.
Rox 3, elle est bien ou pas?
Bah oui, c'est la meilleure, quoi. Parce qu'en fait, tu vois, elle est mieux, tu vois. La souris est mieux, tu vois. En bas, normalement. Regarde, je suis pas dans la game pour l'instant.
Une question, l'Apex Pro TKL, c'est bien?
Ah, attends, je mets la miniature. Ouais, elle est bien, j'aime bien. J'en sais rien, j'ai de la merde. Bon les gars, la vie de la merde. DKS, ils vont faire une remontada ce soir. Je ne rigole, zéro. Je suis le mal à la tempête. Non, par contre, Vadéal Tyson. Trop fort.
Vadéal.
Point faible. Vadil, c'est bon, moi j'ai Vadéal, me casse pas les couilles. Non, sérieux. Non,
oh, viens,
vraiment. Point faible, trop fort. Ok.
Et viens, on fait un même duel.
On fait un quoi?
Asmo, là. Ici, clique sur un cible. Non, mais clique, enfin, tu interagis avec la cible.
Viser. Quoi?
Vas-y, viens.
Ouais, je comprends ce que tu veux dire.
Cours ta mère, reste 5
De quoi, Talia?
Cours ta mère. Rentre. Vas-y.
Non, mais t'es Talia? C'est quoi ce chien? Vas-y, vois. Talia? Viens ici. Voilà, vas-y. Attendez, hop, attention, ça dit. Salut yo Leonardo, comment tu vas grand? Oh, est-ce que t'as vu le kill de Hardskill hier?
Lequel? Parce qu'il y en a plus.
Non mais il y a un kill qu'il a fait mec. Il était en clutch 2v1, il t'a mis un pré-shoot. Wow. Ah, j'ai pas les mettre. Ah c'est chiant. Oh wow. Wow. Ta tête, attends pour la suite. Oui. Oui. Au coin.
Very good in fighting. Like he can use the box someone and
Fragger is like Phoenix. It's like it depends what you rather play. Is it assault rifle or SMG? So SMG, if you want to play assault rifle, play assault.
I think I'll be good at this because I know the map pretty well.
I'm very confident to win because I know every single spot at the map.
Yeah, I think I know the map, so I think it will be easy.
I know very well the map.
This looks like, I think this is maybe a basement in Greasy.
It's left from Reality Falls.
Okay, 100%.
I think it's maybe in the new POI with the mushroom.
Yo BG, pourquoi t'as arrêté de la vie? J'ai crash mec, ça m'a saoulé. J'ai crash. Hier j'ai crash les gars. J'ai dû regarder sur ma télé le truc.
Yes, let's go. Oh my, let's go.
sais pas que je l'avais.
Ah, ça, mais ça, c'est. Ça, c'est.
Plusieurs pauvres, du coup. Moi, je fais plusieurs pauvres. si tu veux.
Tilted Towers.
Ouais, mais moi je peux pas, c'est PS4.
It's Tilted Towers.
I think it's Tilted Towers, if I'm not wrong.
Tu m'envoies ta
I
clé de
don't know,
spawn, juste.
fully. I'm just gonna say tilted.
T'as mis le cloche des caisses. Ouais. Oh, des caisses, beaucoup trop fort. La vie de la mère. Ah, je suis en train de crier dans mon salon.
I wasn't like sure 100%.
Mon sac. T'as
I
pris mon
was
sac.
100% sure, like,
Et
tilted.
frère, t'as descendu une seconde.
Par contre, non, mais moi, je vais regarder sur Twitch. Je vais pas regarder là.
It looks like Rave Cave.
I don't know, I'll go with Sanctuary, like somewhere on islands.
I'm just gonna say Condo.
Oh, it's easy. Sanctuary. In the beach on the Sanctuary.
Okay, I didn't know.
What? How am I doing this?
No, I knew it was somewhere near the islands, man.
It's easy, it's sign up station.
It has to be Sign Up Station.
The sign-up station. Sign-up station.
This is on the Synapse Station.
Oh my, I got it right again.
Okay, that was easy.
Yeah, I do it.
T'es à sa place.
Maybe it's logjam.
Tu mets sur deux chaises.
So it's like basically the new POI, so I'll go with reality first.
C'est bon, tais-toi.
This is Logjam because of the Crackshot House.
Oh ouais, Hardskill, non, Hardskill, faut qu'on en parle, les gars.
No way!
Hardskill, faut qu'on en parle, c'est quoi ça?
Yes.
Oh, je m'attendais à tellement. En fait, leur technique.
That was like
J'aime pas leur technique.
5 on 5.
Hardskill.
Unlucky for me, I guess.
J'aime pas la technique d'Hardskill. Parce qu'en vrai, en fait, elle est drôle. Mais les gars, ils jouent pour 300 000 balles. Ils jouent pour 300 000 balles, quoi.
I figured it good.
I think I'd be near the top 100%, maybe even first.
On va passer les yeux là.
4 out of 5, right?
Ouais, frère. Nitro, t'es là?
Ouais.
Mec, t'as vu la technique d'Hardskill ou pas?
Lesquels?
T'as regardé ou pas hier?
Non, j'étais pas là hier.
Hardskill, Final Defense, tu sais ce qu'ils font?
Ouais, c'est quoi?
Ils changent de spawn à chaque game. Ils font des techniques où ils mettent des skins verts, ils se cachent dans des bush ou dans les buissons devant les trucs. Et ils attendent les mecs et 1, 2, 3 d'un coup.
Ça marche?
Non, la technique est drôle.
Mais t'es en finale DFNC, tu joues pour 300 000 balles. Oh, par contre, aussi, Antilex Podasai, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont foutu? Non, pas Antilex Podasai, X-Wiz Podasai. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont foutu?
Je sais pas, j'ai pas regardé.
Tu rates 3 50-50. Déjà, qui 50-50 en finale DFNC? Je comprends pas ça.
Oui, ça oui.
T'en rates 3 d'affilée, la vie de ma mère, t'arrêtes. La vie de ma mère, j'arrête, je change de spawn. En plus, c'est 50-50, les meilleurs joueurs du monde, quoi. Bah, Tyson et ouais, je crois. Et à côté. Non. Si, c'est Tyson et Evadi. Ouais, voilà, c'est rien. Ah non, Tyson et Chapitz.
With only 6 games left, who will be crowned champs of EU? Merstash and Malibuka are the top fraggers.
Et Malibuka et Merstash. Par contre, Malibuka, faut rien savoir, il team avec Tyson. C'est une dinguerie. Ouais, à chaque fois il tire que sur Podasai et tout, et il arrête de tirer dès qu'ils sont morts et que les trucs ils prennent pas la storm sur ils prennent 0 storm sur Tyson et tout. Mais je crois qu'il y a une game, la seule game où ils ont pas c'est quand Podasai et X-Wiz ils ont gagné 50-50. Bon, ça fait genre on l'a pas vraiment vu hein, hier. T'as pas regardé Yann? Tu dis ouais alors qu'il a même pas regardé hier. Ouais, je suis d'accord. Ouais. Et mon Graal il est mort.
Ouais, oui.
Mon Graal il est plus sur le jeu. Et Benji il a arrêté de jouer aussi.
I cannot contain
Voilà.
my levels of excitement right now because after 6 games, we'll have new champions. There's a lot I want to break
quoi tes
down,
anciens grands
of
joueurs,
course,
toi?
with you, but I need some help. It's your favorite analyst. You've seen them all season long. Come on out. The best taco and...
Wesh, mais ils font toujours pire tous les jours. La mère c'est gênant.
I'm also here.
Found
Yeah.
it. We found it.
I see. It's finals time.
It is.
That's a good time. I'm glad you gave me a good laugh.
Leurs entrées elles
That was
sont
a
de
great
pire en
spirit
pire.
of you guys as well. But this is it, Reese. I mean, we saw the games coming out of yesterday. Today, though, we're just ratcheting up that pressure just a whole nother level.
Yeah, of course, the scenes are kind of set now already. So we've seen 6 fantastic games yesterday. Carrying on from that today, like second day is always so exciting.
Yeah, when you set the standard to that level of play,
Ouais, par exemple, leurs entrées à eux deux là c'est de pire en pire. Hein, je vois ça.
FNCS
Je sais pas qui fout.
Gosh, I'm telling you, you should be
Première game
extremely
dans 21 minutes.
excited.
Attends,
If you
faut
watched
que les
the
Baka
games
qui
yesterday, you thought, man, those games are crazy and exciting. Today, we're going up to a
Baka, viens, ça
But
commence
for
dans
now,
21
I
minutes la
wanna go
première
over
game,
with
on a
Reese
lancé les
and
lives.
Taco, break some stuff down.
Of course, we got to look
Et
at our
jamais là à
format
l'heure,
stages, what we're actually doing here today. Qualifiers already done. 15 teams made it here. Semi-finals, 35 teams made it here. So we're obviously in the finals where all the money is to play for. If you weren't around yesterday, we had 6 fantastic games already. So they've already kind of set the leaderboard a little bit.
En vrai,
Continue on
c'est
day number 2 today with another 6 games. And whoever's at
Janice
the top of the
et
leaderboard after all
Vadil,
of that is going to be crowned
on
our
en
champion.
parle ou pas? La constance qu'ils ont fait, wesh. Ils ont été tellement constants. C'est une masterclass.
Ils ont 4 envie de pas de...
De quoi?
Oh, ils ont 4 envie de... La VG+.
Ouais, c'est ça. Ils ont fait, je crois, la pire game qu'ils ont fait, c'est un top 10 ou un truc comme ça.
Top 12.
Top 12. Il faut dire qu'ils font minimum 19 points par game. La pire game, c'est 19 points de placement. C'est 19 points de placement. C'est.
You know, Taco, some of these duos, they will get something for making it here, but you know, you have a good point. They're aiming for that top spot. This is a breakdown of just your $300,000 for that duo that comes in first place, as well as an in-game trophy, the Axe of Champions 2.0. Now, don't forget, if you're hanging on, you've got yourself a favorite duo. Maybe they're in last place. Maybe they can jump all the way up to 10. Keep cheering on.
Est-ce que vous
Okay, look at that
pensez
difference
un
in prize
podium
money.
francophone?
So,
Non, non.
I'm just
Non, non,
so
c'est-
excited to be
Des Skate
here.
machin.
But
Ah
we're
ouais,
gonna
ouais,
talk about
j'avoue.
some duos.
Wesh.
So,
Ils ont combien de points des
let
Street
me go
Skate?
into here.
Qu'est-ce
See,
qu'ils ont fait avec qui,
I
moi?
tricked you. You see?
That was a
I know
good
you
one.
guys have been
Ça, faut en
watching.
parler.
You guys have been hanging out. You've been watching.
Ça, voilà, merci.
But I want to talk about. There's already some champions, Reese. Take a look. Asia, Oceania, Middle East already have champions crowned. So talk us through.
Of course, yeah, Asia, first one. I was going to say first one finished, Middle East finished first, but it doesn't matter. Okay, Asia finished
18
not
points.
first.
Aïe.
Marem and Zanku
C'est qui les derniers points? J'ai même pas vu, j'ai pas regardé la fin de classement.
12 games, that's kind of crazy.
Very dominating
Je sais
performance,
pas,
I
dans
think,
ce
from this duo in the Asia region, and definitely excited to see what happens when they actually start to tango with some of the other international sides.
Le dernier, hier, c'était Storm Mirai, qui 97 défauts.
Alexa and Bailey KTF. I think that this duo as well really stand out.
Ils prenaient la grotte, je
They
crois,
were
non?
10th at the end of day 1, and then they had clutched up big time, moving
Ouais,
all the way
la
up to
grotte,
first. Now, will we see that on EU? Not entirely sure because of the bit bigger of a point disparity, but hey, clutches can happen, of course. And then our last champion.
Est-ce que vous pensez que ce soir il va y avoir une annonce?
Hail on and wrap it.
En vrai, il peut y avoir une
Hail on,
annonce
now a two-time
pendant les
FNCS
FNCS.
champion, wrap it. I think now the first time. Apologies if I'm wrong about
Ouais,
that.
je sais pas.
But crowned, and I'm sure they're going to be happy going forth, especially when we got some big events for the
En
rest of the
vrai,
year.
ah, ça doit faire tellement.
Right. So let's get a refresher.
sais pas.
All right. How did day 1 end after 6 matches? We'll take a look at our leaderboard. You know, Reese, I think the thing that stands out to me the most, those top 4 duos, they just didn't like move in that final game, which is, I feel like, pretty
Moi, c'est
unheard
vrai
of.
que j'ai
It's
pas
pretty
vu
unheard
Eh,
of.
regarde,
Fabien.
Versace et Malbuka, ils sont trop bien.
Les seules fois où j'ai vu Freemox, c'était quand il se faisait tuer. J'ai pas vu Freemox hier.
Je sais pas où il est fou.
Yesterday, those top 4 teams stagnant. And that just shows how consistent they're being. And look at the point difference between them now because
Par
of
contre, Zanzi, est-ce que vous avez vu
top.
au moment où il fait full kill là, dans un box, la même il devient d'un coup des mecs. Zanzi
Mais t'as vu,
trop fort.
entre le top 3 et le top 4, entre le top 3 et le top 4,
Ouais, ouais.
entre le top 4 et le top 5, les premiers, ils ont 93 points.
And it's even more insane to factor in that Tayson and Chapix, they're in
Freemox top
that
46.
position.
Ah ouais, ouais,
They
ouais,
didn't
ouais.
even have a top 10 finish at all
Mais tu sais
yesterday.
que le
This is
derrière,
purely off the back of their elimination
je
count. So
pense que
I think that there's certainly a
la
lot
nouvelle
of ground
Storm,
to be
j'aime
up for
pas.
from some of these other teams.
Ah non, elle est horrible. Hein. En fait, elle fait que t'es jamais en repos. Vraiment, elle est chiante. Genre, en tant que spectateur, t'as toujours du fight, mais je préfère quand il y a des moments de pause dans un truc. En fait, ça permettrait à tout le monde d'aller en fin de zone. Mais là, ça oblige les gens à venir au milieu de map.
8th place overall on day number 2. So, you know, we're looking at this end of day number 1 leaderboard, and big changes can happen upcoming into day number 2, because those teams, they have that day to practice. They look in the VODs, they can figure out exactly what's gone wrong.
It's always nice to have that overnight analysis point, for sure. But not only that, and kind of enunciating on that point for pressure there, Zeke, I think that some of these duos, they kind of thrive in that environment. They need that added element to make sure that there's really the hugest stakes possible.
Bon, j'ai pas compris. Est-ce que vous voyez, tu vois où il spawn Podasa et Squeeze ou pas?
Non, attends, je vais te dire où il spawn.
Je voulais pas dire. Bah viens dans le groupe si tu veux y aller alors. Si tu vas live, viens dans le groupe.
It sounds like not a lot, but I'm telling you, it's a lot more than you think.
It is, and look, I'm sure if you've been following along FNCFs, you've been following along with Fortnite for this season, last year, the year before that, you're going to be kind of shocked to see down in 20th place, Cammy and City, not really performing.
Mais si, moi je sais où il spawn, mais est-ce que toi tu vois?
They have a couple teams landing right next to them,
Attends,
shaking things up.
Juste au-dessus de, en dessous de Shifty, il 50-50 avec Tyson
et qui change parce que là regarde.
Mais oui, mais tu sais qu'hier ils ont perdu genre 5-50-50 d'affilée.
Top 47, top 49, top 50, top 50, top 6, top 50.
Ah oui, ils ont perdu 5 fois au spawn. Et ils ont pas changé. Ils font que du 50-50. Il y a trop de
c'est grave. Hein.
Mais oui, vraiment.
Sur 6 games, 5 games de perdu.
C'est énorme. Hein. Genre tu te dis là, tu viens peut-être perdre 300 000 balles parce que t'as vu 50-50. Mais par contre derrière Tyson et tout, ils étaient beaucoup trop bien. Parce que c'était full storm. Ils étaient milieu de zone, ils pouvaient prendre toute la storm.
Oui, je m'allume.
Allez, petit reportage sur moi. Ah lui il me fait peur lui. À chaque fois il me fait peur lui. Je suis PC. Ouais, ah ouais, tu vas pas aller. Ok.
One of my favorite players, and I'm sure a lot of the people watching are now very,
very
used to seeing you in the
bah, nous spoil pas.
What were sort of your early beginnings in Fortnite? How did you get into the game?
My brother.
Genre, il ressemble à ça, Malibuka.
There is a new game.
Oh, voilà, je suis déçu.
We started to play it.
Mais non, à chaque fois qu'on voit les joueurs pro là, à part les français, encore s'il y a des français ici, mais quand tu vois les joueurs pro là, la plupart c'est des gros porcs, ça se voit. C'est des gros geeks, genre ils se lavent pas et tout. Regarde-le, regarde-le, on l'a fait peur. En fait, c'est son regard. Ok, il veut tuer des gens. Il m'a dépensé sale.
You and Mustache are playing with each other this season. You guys have been, you know, one of the best duos in the world.
Dommage qu'ils font pas en français. Ils devraient faire en français.
Talk to me about your relationship with Mustache. Why do you guys work so well together?
Started playing from trios, and we playing already. Like I think that's the reason we playing like for 14 months. We're playing really a lot of time together.
You've done very well in FNCSs before, but you're still yet to win.
What?
You know, in FNCS. Is that the goal for you now? And how can you do that?
We just need to find our
Mais moi,
drop
chef,
spot for the
s'il te plaît.
season and hopefully not get conned. We playing late game, playing mid game, like perfect. So we just need to be uncon on our.
Vas-y, redemande, Ziad.
Obviously, Malibuka, we know you are a monster in game, right? In the server, you're one of the best there is in the world. But outside of the server,
Nisro, rejoins
what do you
après.
like to do in your spare time? How do you like to wind down and relax when you're not playing Fortnite?
Like to play some fun games with my friends.
Allô.
Allô. Oh, allô.
Ouais, ça va bien.
Maybe some custom.
Tranquille.
Fortnite custom. Yeah.
Bon, je vais essayer de lancer un live.
Yes.
OBS, studio.
Bon,
mon ref. Ouais, j'ai acheté un PC.
Tu vas voir toutes les POV là.
Je sais. Si tu veux, viens sur mon live.
Bah en fait j'ai pas envie de me spoil.
Comment je vais te spoil? Il y a plus de décalage. J'ai tous les POV. J'ai les POV de Jolavani pour DKS Bot Sniper.
Ouais.
J'ai les POV de Nikov Ouais,
Bien, j'ai regardé, je la vanille moi.
Ouais, je la vanille, il me fume de rire là.
Ouais, c'était.
Là, je la PV de la Solari Fortnite.
Ouais, mais hard skill, ouais, j'ai rien compris. Hein.
Ouais, hard skill, frérot, je suis déçu. Bref.
En fait, après, je pense qu'elle aurait pu marcher la strat.
Mais non, elle a marché. La strat, elle a marché.
Ouais, mais bon. Elle est pas assez travaillée, je pense. Putain, on va dire. Je vais faire quoi? Je vais faire quoi face à ça? Trop fort les mecs. Mais ouais, je regarde.
Le mec, c'est des geeks 100%. Plus de monstres humains. C'est des... Je sais pas comment. Ils peuvent être avec un level comme ça.
Ils sont au-dessus, hein. Mais en fait, c'est ce que j'arrive pas à comprendre. Et c'est ça que les Français n'arrivent pas à faire. Ils sont tout le temps dans les fan zones.
Mais ils sont trop forts, les Français. Mais juste, ils savent même pas.
Ouais, mais là, tu vois, genre là, en fait.
Je te dis le trio que je veux, frère. Le duo que je veux, mais ils sont pas qualifs. Le Clément.
Ah ouais, la vie de la mère, ils vont se remettre ensemble, c'est sûr.
Mais 100% impossible qu'ils se battent.
Mais je pense là, bah, ils ont le seul pour la qualif, tu vois. Faut pas lâcher. Ils vont se remettre ensemble, c'est sûr.
Ils sont trop forts.
Right, we want to talk about the next duo currently sitting in second place. It's Joe and Ziani, and I feel like, man, this duo just doesn't get enough recognition.
They don't, and they should, because they are currently second, very close behind first, and have put on an absolute performance for the entire of this season so far. 3 games. Where have they placed?
Second.
3 seconds.
Where are they now? In second. My favorite part about this duo, though, at least from yesterday, I mean, aside from the absolutely insane clutch that we saw coming out of Ziani throughout one of those rounds, but it was more
Zombie joue. Oh, regarde, regardez. C'est là, les gars, regardez. Regardez si à mettre. Binks. Non, mais wesh. Il est en finale ou il est en open, genre? Une amère.
T'as invité ton pote?
Non, il est parti manger.
Ah, ok.
C'est comme Zandy là, et Joe là.
Mais je les connais même pas.
Mais même moi, Zandy, tu sais, au moment où il 3v1 des mecs là, j'ai rien compris.
Ouais, frérot,
incroyable.
Mais frérot, c'est quoi son mental? Il rentre dans Seti, dans la box de Santi, de Seti, après il y a 2 mecs qui rentrent dessus. Mais frérot.
Camille, Seti, j'entends la mieux.
Ouais, moi aussi. Je te dis, les mecs, frérot, ils sont même pas full shield et ils le rush. Ils le rush. Je sais pas.
Il avait même pas besoin de storm, je crois.
Ouais. C'est juste un malade, frérot.
Après, ça paye, hein.
Ouais, ça paye.
Ça paye d'être malade.
Je dois régler les paramètres. Pas Fortnite.
This season, not look so hot, right? And now it's seeming to all come together when it matters.
And you have to bring it back to the fact that, again, it was day 3 semis where we saw this duo manage to barely squeak on by because of the Club Boys finding that Victor Royale to actually push them up in the leaderboards. But here, they are the leaderboards. They are making sure to find the consistency where it matters most. But there are some instances where I do think we can still see a lot of that potential actually come to fruition here. So,
J'ai seum, je peux pas le faire. T'as dit quoi?
T'es pas champion?
Non, je suis champion, mais ma manette est cassée.
Ah, beamed out the sky by Savage. Didn't even land, so there's nothing he can do there. So that's a rough game. Other ones, the ones that are being successful, a game where they've won, which was game 1, and game 5 with the game 4. So the 2 good games they've had, they essentially took a bunch of mid-game fights where they had to
J'allais sur ma chaise.
I think they had like 4 elims or something like that. So their setup's so good. So I'm kind of looking for that trend of them now. Take some mid-game fights because they know they can win them. They're strong fighters. Keep themselves moving throughout the endgame.
Yeah, one last duo to talk about, man.
Source.
Veterans of the competitive scene, currently holding strong. I mean, Pink yesterday was just insane, man. Putting up some of the craziest clutches we've ever seen.
He's an IGL and he's out here fragging. He's got a background in it. He's got a background in fragging. So we'll.
Ouais, Anas aussi, ouais, ils sont bien. Hein.
Tous les mecs sont bien, sauf les derniers. Ouais. T'as vu combien de points de différence? C'est même pas. C'est 2 points ou 3 points de différence.
Non, je crois entre le top 3 et le top 4, il y a 20 points.
Non, je pense pas. Impossible.
Je crois, vraiment. On va voir, mais je pense
impossible.
Also,
Ah
Non,
ouais,
c'est
it's
impossible.
really important to note that we did see a lot of those zones kind of pulling more towards that east
Oui, il
end.
devient
And
des
keep in
mecs
mind that
maintenant.
these guys are
Ah ouais,
dropping
c'est des
in with Joneses,
ça
and the
balade.
fact that they're not even trying to take advantage of the other duos that are in that south side. They could be looking for the third-party opportunity. They only did that once in the 6th round.
Ça.
It didn't really make a difference for them.
Ah,
They were just
ça y est.
finding this.
Ah.
They're finding their elims where they needed to throughout the mid game, throughout the late game, and just the control of positioning and the cool, calm collectedness that we saw from them kind of showcases the real experience that we've been waiting to see from them.
Yeah, I think during
Attends,
the
je baisse le
qualifiers,
son
they
de
pushed
mon
down that way a
micro.
lot, and as the kind of FNCS progressed,
Tu
it was
m'entends bien,
subdominant.
le
So, we
micro?
don't need grapple
Ouais,
balls,
ouais,
we don't need to fight you guys, we're good now.
Ok,
Yeah, we
quand
just
je
know
viens
what
de
we need to do. Go
l'acheter,
ahead and lock up an FNCS title, no big deal. Let's
j'ai
talk
acheté
about some of the head-to-head
tu
matches.
vois,
My friends,
HyperX.
on over to the screen.
Ouais, je vois.
So, we like to kind of talk
Enfin, non, je vois
about
pas.
this
Je
contested,
vois, je vois pas.
uncontested, right?
HyperX Cloud.
Contested beans. You got someone else landing at your drop spot. How do we handle these things? Talk about Tayson versus
Game
X-Squeeze.
capture.
Yesterday,
Ça.
we kind of discussed
Full
how we felt
screen.
it would go, but Reese, did
Oui.
it go the way we anticipated?
No,
it?
No, I mean, I
Took.
had X Squeeze set up to be a little bit closer on this. I would probably say personally 50-50, giving it and tasting a little bit. Historically, we saw in the Cash Cup this week that X Squeeze was winning more spawn, but coming prepared 5-1.
Yeah, anytime you see two duos landing in the exact same spot, essentially, you'd expect it to be
YouTube.
that 50-50. But for Tayson and Chapix, it was more like a 90-10. I mean, this is where you have to consider, I feel like, if you are Podesai and Squeeze, relocating your spawn point, because they can
Je dois faire une
performance from
fenêtre
yesterday, and
spécifique.
based off of
Grand
how
final
everything gets
POV en
going,
deal.
I just don't
Je dois
realistically see
même
them
partir sur le live
overtaking
de
Tayson and Chapix
Bientôt.
in these early game instances.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of spots they can't land. Like Podesai last season was
Il est
in
en live de.
to that. And then we also had, I think, X Squeeze
Après,
landed.
il est passé en
So like, they have other drop
direct.
spots that they know and they can work with. I don't know, they might just be better off here. Another drop spot that we want to look at, K-Duo in Chonkers Speedway. Now this has just been like a 50-50 off spawn. North side, very Chonker Speedway-esque. We've seen this every single season, every single finals, every single qualifier. Whatever it is in Chapter 3, we've seen the same thing. Right now, 4-2.
And the fact that Kiduo and Yusri are consistently finding the advantages here throughout this Chonker's take.
Demain, pourquoi t'as
Again,
crash?
you want to have a conversation for some of these duos. Okay, do we need to look to relocate? And it's tough because
Heureusement.
Ouais.
Pourquoi t'as crash hier?
Je sais même pas, j'ai juste cancelé, je ma télé en
So
urgence.
you almost wonder if there is space for a duo like Destru to actually work their way in to maybe find a little bit more success in that early game.
Yeah, we'll see so far. The next one we've got up.
compris, je
Butterbloom.
comprends le mec qui commence à
That's
pas
gonna be
bouger, donc
great. Good old Butterbloom going up against Shizo as well. 4-2, similar score. That we've
Mode
got here now.
ralenti,
Obviously, this is Frey's
rediffusion.
first FNCS finals since Chapter 2, Season 2 solo invite. Go.
Yeah.
He had high
Copier.
hopes. He's looked so good playing with Flixie this season, repeatedly over and over. But this is seeming like a tough battle for him off spawn.
And I think essentially for Frey and Flixie, though, they were a duo that
Parce
really
qu'il y a un
started
mec,
to
je le
stand
mets,
out
je le mets.
throughout the opening segments. of
Il est
the
nul,
season.
je le veux.
I'm really
Hein?
excited because
Hein?
they just seem
Il
like
est
they
nul,
keep
je le
getting
veux.
better and
Ouais, il est
better
pas
with every single round that happens. And so I think that despite the fact that it's been a while since we've really seen them have a top tier performance in the finals, I'm still really excited because of the fact that they just seem like a duo that can really surprise anybody.
Definitely.
We love to see it. So I believe, Reese, there's a couple things that you want to talk about, right?
Yeah,
Going up against, we got 4ZR, we got True Legs. Once again, just kind of like the crazy 50-50s we anticipate not quite going. Like, they're just making this game
Ah, je
grow.
t'ai arraché.
You know what's interesting when you mention 50-50s there?
Yeah.
Ouais,
Two
comment je
that
t'ai
True Legs
arraché?
has won.
Ouais, il a arraché, c'est vrai ou pas?
So they land on the kind of far up here on this north side.
Ah.
We saw True Legs and Chico winning it a lot more than when
Ouais,
we
ma
saw
bite.
4ZR
Quoi?
winning it. When 4ZR was winning it, they
Ouais,
were
il avait
drawing
vraiment
out
arraché,
the
mais-
fights. They were taking
Ouais.
more fair fights. But they would
Je
take
pense
so long
sans
to
arracher,
beat
c'est
nothing like
lui
that.
mettre un cône, edit,
And
ça
that's
y est,
the issue,
arraché.
because you have other company in the area, and when you know
Ouais,
that
t'es
there
meilleur.
are
Ouais,
other
je pense que c'est qu'il arrive à
duos that are going to be able to just not even
Ouais.
essentially
Sur
look at the
Switch.
third party, but just if you have no materials left, if you
Frérot,
have
c'est
no real
c'est normal
ammo
les
left
triple
or
edits. hein.
heals, you're just
Ouais,
going to
pas
be
sur
stuck out in the middle of
Non.
nowhere essentially.
Même sur Switch.
We love to see
No,
it.
no,
Okay,
no,
Reese.
no, no.
Yep, this is your
J'ai
favorite part.
essayé,
It
j'ai
is.
essayé.
Let's break it all down.
Okay, so let's have a look. So we want to check out here.
Yo, yo,
how
yo,
the
yo,
stash.
yo,
They
les gars.
started slow. They started kind of stinky, and because we're like big fans, and I'm sure a lot of people back home want to figure out what went wrong, right? So what we're going to see is game number 3 here, and this position. Remember, they land
C'est
just
chiant,
the
là.
west of this Loot Lake,
Ouais, t'en as
and
fait.
this spot is essentially just in the
Ouais,
middle
c'est-
of the map. Look at the visibility they have. Pretty much minimal. They have to end up like kind of trading tags on teams that are really high up, and then they end up building up a little bit more. But still, they do not have a good visibility.
Regarde.
And the reason they don't have good visibility,
Là j'ai le classement.
have a good surge plan going into.
Il y a beaucoup de délai ou pas?
They say themselves, we're not good at getting tags, we're not good at getting damage, we're not good at surge, we're just good at fighting.
And the other thing about this duo too is that we talk so much about the consistency that a lot of these EU dudes are capable of, but I want to shift that conversation from Mustache and Malibuka to a conversation about adaptability. This duo, to me, I think, Bruce, might be one of the most, if not the best duo at adapting inside of these pressure situations, because if you even go back to Chapter 3, Season 2, Mustache, Malibuka, they found back-to-back wins.
Regardez, il y a combien de différence entre les premiers?
Il y a 15 ou 20 secondes.
Ouais. Regarde dans le classement, Vadil et Janis entre Joe et Zondi, ils ont... Je sais pas combien... Wow. Ils ont 9 points d'avance. Mestrash et Malibuka et Joe et Zondi, ils sont...
Ils sont bons, hein.
Ils ont 4 points de différence.
Oh, c'est la nuit Mestrash, j'ai même pas vu.
Ouais.
T'es sur Fortnite ou pas là?
Ouais, je suis sur Fortnite.
T'as vu le laser qu'il a mis?
Ouais. Ça va Mestrash, ça va mon ref? Chill frérot. On sait que t'es trop fort.
Yo Mathias.
Mais en vrai,
ah ouais, le con là,
ouais le con, ouais.
Il s'est tapé la tête.
Le con il m'a fait de la peine.
Tu vois le mec, tu sais le mec il était trop bien. Juste c'est un con. Fini.
Il est mort de zone. Et t'as vu le clutch de Malibuka comment... 1v2.
Ouais. Wow. Eh, tu nous spoil pas pour le 50-50.
Ok.
Il vient de faire la porte, je vais crier. Waouh.
Mais j'ai de la peine, pourquoi Kinstar il est parti de Fortnite?
Ah, c'était Yam, hein, aussi. Tu sais quand il spawnait requin là contre...
Ouais, contre 4ZR, tu te rappelles? Avec 4ZR.
Avec 4ZR et c'était contre Mitro et...
Mitro et mon Graal.
Ouais. C'était n'importe quoi.
Et mon Graal Benji pour qu'il parte. Nate pour qu'il parte. Regarde combien de différence. Regarde sur Fortnite, combien de différence.
Ah ouais, regarde, entre le troisième et le 4ème, il y a quasiment 30 points de différence.
Ouais, entre le 3ème et le 2ème, c'est 4 points de différence.
Ouais, en fait les 3, le 3, 2, 1 là, ils sont trop bien. Est-ce que pour vous, Podassa et Squeeze, ils sont encore?
En vrai, tout le monde peut top 1, car tout le monde...
Ouais, le top 10, de toute façon le top 10, ils peuvent toujours être là.
Et même le top, le dernier, il peut le faire. Si,
non.
La vie, s'ils font que des fan zone, top 2 ou top 1...
Non, je suis sûr, non.
Au moins, il arrive en fan zone, ils peuvent.
Faudrait qu'ils fassent quasiment 350 points. Hein. Parce que le top 1, souvent... Non, la vie de ma mère, tu vois, ils sont à...
C'est 200 points.
Les premiers ils seront à beaucoup plus de 200.
Moi le mec, tu vois,
ils ont fait 189 en un jour. Ça a monté à 360 hein.
Tu vois le mec noir, il me pète de rire avec ça.
Il me fait peur. Il me fait toujours trop rire lui.
Il me pète de rire avec sa voix.
Bon. Et la meuf aussi je capte pas qu'elle ça fait là.
Ouais, je sais même pas.
Elle est en mode ouais les gars.
Pourquoi Fortnite frérot, t'es nul. Je sais même pas.
À tout moment ça nous explose, c'est. On voit une POV la meuf. T'en sais rien. Vas-y, lance la game là.
Artskill, ça y est, ça a lancé. Regarde sur mon live.
Attends, c'est bon, la game est lancée.
Artskill, regarde sur Artskill. Bon, le contest de Artskill.
Of the tournament, but we're already halfway through. 6 games have been played out yesterday, 6 more to be played out today. The battle bus is already ready.
Non, il y a personne avec eux. Bon, on va les laisser. On part sur qui on part? Je la vanille? Non.
Là, je suis sur le jeu.
On part sur qui?
Ouais, je suis sur le jeu là.
Yesterday, we saw
Attention, le 50-50.
Sur qui?
Tyson.
Ouais, Chapix, Tyson.
Il a pas d'arme, Tyson n'a pas d'arme. Il est mort. Chapix est mort.
GG.
Voilà X-Wiz.
X-Wiz qui a gagné, Tyson.
Les cracks. Voilà.
GG.
Putain.
Moi je les ai vus. Moi je les ai vus. Moi je les ai vus avant. C'est pour ça que je voulais pas de spoil.
Damien, ça fait combien de temps j'attendais ça?
Attends, on dit.
Toute la soirée j'ai attendu.
Attends, on dit avec Podesai. Ah ouais, Chari contre Station.
Ah ouais. 1v1. Oh l'autre est blanc.
Ouais. Allez. Cricket, je sais même pas c'est qui. Chari, t'as Fluffy. Tu restes en...
Faut qu'il aille.
Non, il va rester en mate, je pense. Et après...
Non mais Tricked là. Tricked, faut qu'il y aille, bon.
Regarde Camille derrière. On va regarder qui? Fortnite. Fortnite qui... oui. Allez Chari. 48 têtes.
Ah ouais, je vois. Oh il a un HP, vas-y rush-le.
Non frérot, s'il le rush, regarde, je pense qu'il va attendre son mate. Après 2 verres.
Eh merde, je mets 500 pieds, c'est un français qui fait top 5.
Non, impossible. Non, impossible. Je sais pas, je sens que son mate il va se faire cheaton par Tricked. Il est là.
Il l'a vu.
Allez les gars. GG Chari, Perchawa, GG. GG mon gars. Bon, on va terminer sur là. Ah oui, il y a Shizo Name contre Lootboy. Skyden qui est mort.
Skyden déjà mort. Wow. Skyden déjà mort.
Bon, Earthskill qui est bien. Qui a un stuff de malade. Cela, Earthskill qui a un stuff de malade.
Ah, c'est Trulex.
Ouais, j'ai vu Trulex. Allez, Trulex.
Je suis cool qu'ils ont tué.
Regarde le loot de Hardskill. Viens Vincent, regarde le loot de Hardskill.
But maybe with those 2 eliminations, they'll think it's enough for now. As Trulex continues to look around his surroundings, find some minis, a little bit of extra shield. It does seem to be the only shield they have as he dropped it.
Ah, c'est Trulex,
And they've decided that they're happy with that elimination.
Oh putain, il est young.
Oh, il a un loot de malade.
Oh, il est trop bien, ouais.
Allez, Hardskill, Chips, je vous fais confiance. On va partir sur Nikov, Zendi. Allez Zendi. Zendi jouer, ils sont à Synapse. Personne qui les shoot. Ah ouais Mike, le stuff.
William.
Striker épique.
Ouais, il est bien.
Qui duo, je l'ai même pas c'est qui. Mais j'ai le seum, maintenant Shankers, il y a que les mecs que je connais pas. Shankers normalement c'est pour Floki Clément. Je pense qu'il va attendre son mate. Wow.
Oh, ce qu'il vient de mettre. Oh, il l'a arraché.
Il l'a même pas arraché, il l'a foudroyé. Wow. Allez Kizzy, Veno, qu'ils ont le high. Qu'ils y viennent ou qu'ils en aillent. Ouah, le shiton. T'avais shiton ou pas?
Ouais, j'ai vu.
Ouah, Malibuka. Qui est solo, je pense, non. Dasai.
Malibuka, ils sont trop bien après.
Ouais, Malibuka. Mais je sais même pas, il est où Merstrash? Ah ouais, il est en bas.
Placement en fait. Ils ont mis le placement de la map.
Mais Merstrash, il est même pas avec lui.
Oh frère, il a combien de splash?
Il a 10 splash. Janice Vadil, qui sont nord de la map. C'est en réalité. L'arbre de réalité. Bon, on va voir Artskill. Artskill qui sont presque bien. Zolavani et Mixer.
C'est quoi le skin là, vas-y, c'est quoi ce skin dégueulasse?
Il est beau frérot, tu dis.
Oh, c'est BF.
Ouais, le BF. C'est quoi le BF de malade?
Ouais, c'est quoi ce BF de fou là?
Okay, so 11, does that mean they just win everything easy? Is it done? Should we just end here because they're gonna win? Not necessarily, but the things definitely setting up for them.
Malibuka, meilleur joueur au monde. Je te dis les joueurs pro qui me manquent maintenant. Skite.
Skite.
Ouais, Skite. Skite. Il me manque Skite.
Ça et toi Max?
Attends, on va voir le tableau. Premier. Encore Vadil, Janice. Bon, on va voir Artskill. Regarde combien il y a de mecs dans la game. C'est grave.
Ah ouais, deuxième jour, il va pas tuer la première game. Hein. Le problème, c'est que la storm elle a été baissée, j'aime pas ça.
Moi j'aime bien.
Non, j'aime pas du tout.
Moi j'aime bien car il y a beaucoup de fights.
Ouais, trop de fights.
Ah ouais, il y a 90 personnes dans la deuxième zone. Ah ouais.
And Sessi. Now we know their loot pass has sort of been cut in half. We see Perchawa and Chari of course fighting against Tricked and QB. We can see
bon,
that going on.
Il faut 83 personnes pour ça s'enlève la storm.
Il vient de rater genre 6 balles.
Bon, on va voir. Le premier de la session, elle, c'est Loot Boy Fry.
Who's then able to get as many tags as he possibly can, putting them in a prime position to hopefully find a little bit more success.
Thank you so much, Minnie. It really shows what these top tier duos.
Pas de balle derrière. Ah ouais, il a. Ah ouais, Artskill, elle a même pas de balle derrière, c'est grave.
Le Zandy, il en a 420.
Son balle derrière?
Ouais, il a 420 balles derrière.
Ah ouais, j'ai vu.
Je sais pas combien il a, mais. Par contre, il est pas fou. Hein,
Zandy, il a un putain de bon stuff.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
La double tech.
Mais c'est un malade Wexler. Mais c'est un malade Wexler.
T'as vu s'il est mis avant ou pas?
Ouais, mais c'est un malade Wexler. Pourquoi il rentre? Bon, Camille, qu'ils ont la high, qu'ils sont en train d'attendre des mecs, je pense.
Ah oui, ils veulent la storm. Hein. Ah, il aurait dû un 2-3.
Ouais.
Ah, je sais pas si son mec est en fait. Non, voilà, il est là.
Ouais, ils doivent partir en zone, je pense.
Non, en fait, la technique, ce qu'ils font, c'est qu'il y en a un qui prend la storm, un qui...
Ah ouais, j'ai oublié Mr. Savage.
Ouais, il spawn la tilted.
Ouais, je sais, mais j'ai oublié.
Il est pas en live.
Il est pas en live, je pense.
Non, hier il était pas en live.
Hier, il était en live.
Non, hier il était pas.
Je sais pas.
Non, sûr. C'est l'une des premières fêtes où il est pas en live.
Ouais, car Car il n'y a pas Benji 100%.
Il est en train d'insulter N, c'est des. Oh ta gueule, c'est mieux Benji.
Frère, le français des Anglais il me pète de rire. Tu vois quand le à la comment il s'appelle la DreamHack quand il y avait Joe Lavani avec Mr Savage. Bon on va redécaler sur Hardskill mon ref. Je te fais confiance en Hardskill. 59 points. Surtout faites pas la strat comme hier s'il vous plaît. Et focussez dans la game. Hier tu sais ils étaient en train de rigoler, ils sont foutés. Vico. Pourquoi je la vanne? Ah ouais. Allez DKS bat sniper. Déciptos pas. Non. Ouais ils sont presque en fait DKS Déciptos. Viens sur mon live.
Non je suis sur la vidéo de jeu. C'était direct. Toi t'as un décalage de 20 secondes.
DKS Déciptos.
Ouais non moi je suis toujours en
Prédit sur qui? Il a dit prédit sur qui? Prédit top 10 sur DKS.
Oh nice.
Ouh. Attends c'est qui? Non. Hardski qui est mort de la storm.
Oh,
Chips, allez Chips, les 2v1. Chips 2v1. Viens sur le live de Solari. Chips 2v1. Ah ouais la zone. 63 points. Je dois te mettre le kit, Chips, mon petit Chips. Le kit, vite. En plus il y a la storm. Qui te met. Allez Chips, on te fait confiance. Prends le pad. Il y a un fiche devant toi. Mon petit Chips. Les gars, finissez la storm. Pourquoi il y a la storm qui...
Les tests elles sont bien pour l'instant. C'est passé mais... Hey Joe il va trouver la storm encore.
Qui Chips?
Joe.
Même Chips.
Ils sont 7ème mais ils ont de la storm.
Bon Chips qui va mourir de la storm. Impossible qu'il survive, impossible. Impossible qu'il survive, Chips. Impossible qu'il survive, Chips. Tu dois tirer sur Chips. Tu dois tirer sur Chips.
Ah, DKS.
What Chips? What? Le AV2 Chips? Non. GG Chips. Bon, on va voir Fortnite. Noirelli et Raisonné qui sont en train de décaler. Noirelli, Raisonné, ils sont en top combien? Attends, je vais voir.
Ils sont loin.
Noirelli. Ah ouais, Noirelli, Raisonné, ils sont en top 39. 39. Karma qui est en train de se faire box. Ouf. GG Karma. Ils ont bien joué.
C'est un boulot.
Fast Rocky. Qu'il a aïe.
Ouais mais il en
Attends, je regarde DKS Giovanni. DKS Giovanni en fin de zone.
Ouais je regarde. 169 au-dessus.
Il peut le faire, il peut le faire. Ils peuvent le faire. Ils peuvent totalement le faire. Wow. Wow, laser.
C'est logique, il aurait dû construire. Attends.
And Belushi is not one of those. Almost 400 below now. He ate his fruits, he ate his vegetables, but it wasn't enough.
Non. Non, DKS, qu'est-ce que t'as fait? Non. DKS, qu'est-ce que t'as fait?
Allez, d'ici, vas-y, d'ici, t'inquiète.
Allez, d'ici, tu peux le faire.
En finale, tu peux pas faire ça.
Regarde, si les aussi clutch, il top 1 clutch, je double le cadeau que tu offres. Ok?
Double cadeau.
Ouais. Comme, ouais, regarde, si tu offres une, non.
C'est fini. Let's go, allez, on double rien du tout, ni trace.
La vie, je pouvais. Moi, je voulais le. Toi, tu offrais un cadeau de 200, c'est ça?
500.
500, ok. J'offrais un truc à 1200.
Vadil, ils sont encore là.
Vadil, Janice.
Ils sont encore là.
Ouais. C'est des malades. Allez, Mr. Savage. N. Qui sont fan zone. Moi, j'ai même pas vu Andy et tout. Snazy.
Ouais, ça.
Andy Snazy ou Andy Podasai? Je l'ai même. Je sais même pas.
Andy Snazy. C'est X-Swiss Podasai.
Ah ouais, X-Swiss Podasai.
I believe in this duo. They don't have to do a sprint here. They have a marathon to go to make it into the zone. But with the rotate I see here, a quick slide could be a jerky and eye drop though.
Mr. Savage qui prend le focus, je pense. Qui prend le focus.
Start building, start panicking. More duos look. He's going to use up more materials, but they should be able to make it in.
Anas qui est dans la sauce.
Ah ouais, il est blanc.
And even if they get in, they'll be on the corner of the zone. So they'll have
Shield. Bon, on va partir sur la POV de Dentoz. Dentoz. Ah ouais. Regarde en bas de Anas, il y a DKS Bad Sniper de Citos. Ouais, je sais. Ouais, je sais. Arthur. C'est qui Arthur Exit? Je connais même pas.
The zone does pull north. A majority of duos being on the south having rotated to the congested side of zone now have a long rotate to go.
144 points. Ah ouais.
North side of the zone has high elevation. The duo's already boxed up. They're going to be taking free.
X-Swiss qui a tué Allez, Al. Wow, all-in de Elfrey. Et Flowiz. GG, ils ont bien. Pour une fois, ils ont bien all-in. Kizzy qui est dans la sauce encore. Veno. Kizzy Veno. Prendre le loot.
I'd love to see pop off in day 2. Even Vino's feeling the excitement. You mentioned it earlier. Vino day 2. Hopefully going to be stronger than day 1 to get that top finish. They do have 0 elim so far, but
Malibu Commerce Trash. Vadil Janis qui sont encore là. Bon, la zone 50-50 qui pop. C'est moi ton... je sais pas, c'est ton frère?
Ouais, mon frère.
Il est en train de casser un truc.
Ouais.
Ah. Frérot, dis à ton frère, je vais le frapper. Comment il dit? Skin dégueulasse de Vadil, frérot. Comment tu peux dire skin dégueulasse? Il est... Waouh, Yusri qui duo. Allez, Pink. Pink qui est en solo clutch. Pink solo clutch. Tu penses Pink solo clutch ou pas?
Attends, il est
Gonna
trop
have to
de
make something happen here if he wants to
Il a
compliqué, hein.
200 de maths.
Après, tu mets un max damage et tu te remets bien. Ouais.
Ouais. Surtout avec son,
Ouais, il
son
peut,
pompe
il peut.
épique. Son pompe épique.
Il peut, mais c'est compliqué.
Ouais. Mais dis-toi, c'est pas n'importe quoi les mecs qui sont avec lui. Regarde les mecs dans le high, regarde comme. Mais regarde les mecs dans le high, ils doivent descendre. Descendez le high, descendez.
Non, ça va, ouais.
Mais non, ils doivent descendre pour
Mais
prendre
il
des
va
kills.
remonter,
Non, ils doivent descendre pour prendre des kills, ils ont même pas beaucoup de maths. Walem de Veno. Noirelli qui meurt. Malibuka qui a 1 HP. Malibuka a 1 HP. Malibuka et Merstrash qui se font full spam. Allez Malibuka, Merstrash, je vous fais confiance. Ouh, Kizzy Veno qui joue le high. Kizzy Veno qui joue le high. Non, ils sont descendus pour le high. Ils voulaient jouer le high, mais c'est chaud.
Sure to have a similar amount. They do not have the resources needed to maintain that high ground. Neither the shields. They need to find a refresh here. Take an engagement.
Thomas D, Tripburn.
To recuperate what they've lost, but for Thomas HD, Tripburn, they have material.
Merstrash.
They have shield. They have the loot.
On revient sur Merstrash.
Going strong in this match, and it looks like Merstash and Malibuka, they're on the same page.
Merstash and Malibuka finally regaining a bit of peace and serenity. But they are running low on resources. They will have
Flouise, Hellfire, Flouise qui a 1 HP. Allez N, Merstat Savage. N qui est en solo clutch je pense. 0 de build. N 0 de build. N 0 de build. N. Allez N. Allez N. Allez N. N qui met full dégâts sur Merstrash. N qui... Allez N. Qui a tué Merstrash. N qui a tué Merstrash. Vico. Allez Vico. Ah, Vico il a tué. Flouise. Allez. Flouise qui est mort. Thomas HD qui l'a tué. Ou qui est mort. Yax en solo clutch. X en solo clutch. Tripburn qui a 1 midi bruit mais il peut jouer la zone s'il peut. La hauteur qui est encore pris par qui duo et aussi. Vadil Janis encore en vie. 223 points. Vadil Janis. Allez. Thomas D qui meurt. Thomas D qui meurt. Top 7.
Et Vadil qui sont toujours là. Mais...
Ouais, Vadil Janis encore. Mais ça y est, c'est sûr, c'est sûr. Karma qui est hors zone. Vadil Janis qui prend un kill, qui prend 2 kills. Vadil Janis qui prend 2 kills.
Oh là là.
Bon, ah, top 2 Vadil Janis, top 2.
Attends, spoil pas. Parce qu'on a genre 5 secondes d'écart.
Ok. Vadil. Contre Vadil et Janis. Dis-le à ton frère, il parle pas.
Attends, ouais, je suis dessus.
Yusri qui les joue. Vadil. 1v2 de Vadil. 1v2 de Vadil.
Oh.
1v2. Wow, la game monstrueuse de Vadil. La game monstrueuse de Vadi, les Johnny.
Ils sont premiers, premier jour, première game, ils font top 1. La vie de la mère, comment tu veux...
Attends, je vois combien de points ils ont.
240.
Ils sont...
Ah non, non.
Cumulatif.
Si, si,
Ils ont...
239.
237. Wow. 237 points.
Oh là là.
Malibuka, Merstrash qui sont deuxième.
Ils spawnent même pas une ville, la vie de ma mère, ils spawnent même pas une ville.
Ouais. Malibuka, Merstrash qui sont deuxième, 212 points. Pink, Anas, quatrième. Jouer Randy, troisième. Tyson Chapix, dixième, 137 points. Veno. Et je sais pas c'est qui, Veno, il est avec qui, Veno? DKS, Dissiptos, 17ème.
Thank you guys so much. So, game 1 of the day, 7
Bon,
overall of 12.
on dirait que je l'ai même pas vu cette game.
And the deal. They start day 1 of the day in first place. They end.
On dirait que je l'ai même pas vu au jeu.
Si Vadil ne gagne pas, c'est FNCS.
Bon, Vadil avec 44 points.
19h42.
237 points. Johnny et Vadil.
Au moins, faudra me tester. Hein. Moi,
bon, le dernier,
ce soir,
c'est... Bon, Skyden Destru dernier.
Moi, ce soir, faudra me tester.
Skyden Destru dernier.
Hein?
Skyden Destru dernier.
Ouais, je pense que c'est mieux.
Freemok Fucky, 48ème. Noril et Raisonney, 36ème. 4ZR Kezix, 35ème. Outskill Chips, 34ème. X-Swiss Podasai, 31. Snazy, Andilex, 25ème. Jurki Hydrop, 26ème. Camille Setti.
Putain, c'est Malibuka quand même qui sont encore.
Camille Setti. Camille Setti, 23ème.
Y a rien à dire sur la performance.
Revsgard.
Et Janis.
Revsgard et 100 mètres, 21ème. Mirsad Savage, N, 19. Dissiptos, DKS, 17. Et Elfire, Flowis, 12ème. Chapix, Tyson, 10ème. Dijoué, Belusi, 9ème. Veno, Kizi, 8ème. Dommage des 7ème. Pinkanas, 4ème. Sandy joué, 3ème. Malibuka Merstrash, 2ème. Et les premiers, on sait déjà, Vadil Janis.
Les mecs, c'est trop beau, ils sont trop forts.
C'est combien? Attends, j'ai envie de... Ah ouais, les derniers 1500 balles.
Ouais. Imagine, tu fais le dernier, tu gagnes quand même 1500 balles, genre, c'est wesh.
Et les premiers 300 000 balles.
Ouais, premier c'est 300 000. Wow. Mais merde, il démérite, je veux rien savoir. Pour l'instant, je veux rien savoir. Ah, par contre, c'est le deuxième, Zandy.
Non, c'est Merstrash Malibuka, c'est Merstrash Malibuka. C'est Merstrash Malibuka les deuxièmes. Bon les gars, vous pensez quoi de la première game?
Vadil a clairement montré qu'il est dessus.
Ouais, au-dessus.
Première game, Vadil, voilà. Attends les gars, j'arrive, je me fais mon petit test Covid, j'arrive.
Ok.
And it didn't work out that well for them in a couple of those games. However, there they've totally caught it back up.
Right, love to see it. Okay, Reese, you got another thing you want to break down for the viewers at home?
That I do, of course. We're going to play a little game. What happens next? So if you little drop map here, we noticed that zone was a
What are you doing?
important here. The team that I want to pinpoint is actually
Ryan?
insane.
I saw her downstairs, I think.
Now, what would you do if you were in this
I don't know.
situation?
I just saw him.
You go left?
I think he went with his dad, I think.
Do you go right where there's a bunch of other players congested that side?
Baby, I love you.
Now, if you're
Hey, you love me!
I hate you. I
I
hate you.
I'm not loving this house. Just
Okay,
Ah, faire
yeah.
tester Covid,
Like
c'est
Sarah,
horrible.
I love her. I hate her.
Ah, le Covid, c'est de la merde.
1, 2, 3. You've had enough time to think about it. Okay, let's see what Cammy City actually end up doing. This
Bon, la prochaine game dans 30 secondes. Prochaine game dans 30 secondes.
Allez, Podasai. Allez, Podasai.
T'as t'as vu la technique de City Kami?
Non, j'ai pas vu.
Bon, allez DKS. Allez DKS. Tu regardes qui Podasai? Tu regardes c'est qui?
Pas trop moi. Pour l'instant. Et peut-être l'autre apprenti.
Bon, moi je joue la vanille, moi je regarde DKS Bad Sniper.
Alors là je veux Podasai.
Podasai il est même pas pro gun.
Ils ont gagné leur premier là. Ils ont gagné leur premier 50-50 là.
Ouais je sais, mais je sais même pas ils sont. Ouais, mais les gars, montrez-nous la game, pourquoi vous parlez sur Fortnite? Arrêtez de parler.
Parce que le but c'est pas encore parti. T'inquiète, ils le montrent toujours.
Pourquoi les mecs qui parlent alors que la game est déjà lancée? Ravenja, ah ouais, j'ai oublié Ravenja qui montre.
Ouais, il montre
la POV de.
À 20 ans les gars, je sais si.
Bon, on va voir Ravenja.
Ah mais Covid, je vais au resto hein. Covid, je vais au resto hein.
Bon, Ravenja qui montre la POV en direct Snazy 4 ZR KZX Podasai X8.
Casse-couille, j'ai vu, il y avait même du carpaccio. Ouais, c'est en train de faire. Et tu fais ça, j'ai carpaccio.
But another duo that I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing out. It's Seti and Cammy. They got
Ah mais non, c'était pas
ready though. They're going to be dropping in right now, so we'll get to see what's going on.
Let's hop right on in to game number 8, the second of the day.
Ouais.
Tu regardes qui maintenant? Fortnite?
Là je suis Fortnite.
Ouais, ok. Moi je regarde de la vanille. Je la vanille sur la. Non, pardon, je regarde Artskill. Artskill qui est contest. Artskill contest. Ouais. Donc, Arski qui a un HP?
Non.
Allo Raz?
Allo?
Arski 19 HP?
X-Wiz Calam.
Arski 19 HP? J'ai X-Wiz, allez je tape X. Allez les gars, let's go. Vous avez bien joué. Allez.
Putain, c'est pas ça qui s'est passé.
Je lance un craint.
Vas-y.
Allez X-Wiz, bien joué.
Vamos.
Bon, Arskill qui a un HP.
2 secondes. Là c'est les spawns.
Arskill qui a un HP.
Et après je tourne le style suivant.
Artskill qui est station car il s'est fait shoot par les. Ouais je sais. 4ZR KZX 4ZR KZX
Mais frère, Freemod qui dort ou quoi?
4ZR KZX Rocky? C'est ça?
Ouais. Okay. J'ai juste vu dans la barre de fil dans Rocky.
Bon, on va partir sur Fortnite maintenant. On laisse Malibuka, Merstrash qui sont. Malibuka, Merstrash qui sont contre X-Wiz.
C'est en fight?
Ouais, je pense qu'ils sont en train de se shoot.
T'es sur quel PV?
Sur Fortnite?
Ouais, c'est pareil, je suis pas là.
Maintenant il farm, ça y est. Maintenant on regarde Nest. Ouais, moi aussi.
Les pistolets c'est fort en vrai.
KZX qui tue Chico. KZX qui tue Chico. Janice Vadil qui grésille comme d'hab. Je sais même pas. Y'a personne qui joue
Grizzly. Ils ont pas les couilles, les mères.
Mais non, y'a personne qui joue Grizzly, c'est ça le fois.
Vas-y. Alors.
Y'a personne qui joue.
Croisez des légendes.
Flixi, Fry. Bon. Ouah, le striker épique de Flixi.
Je te laisse revenir en arrière.
Flixi qui est un V2. Flixi 1 V2.
Wesh, Flixi.
Flixi 1.
Wesh, 1. Spoil pas s'il y a deuxième.
Oh.
Oh là
yes,
là.
on m'aide. Vadil encore. Pourquoi?
Janice il est mort?
Je sais pas, c'est moi ou Janice il est mort?
Wesh. Non, attends. Mais non, c'est le tableau d'affichage. Impossible.
Mais il est où Janice?
Ah ouais, il a raison. Janice il était. Là on le voit sur la map pour rien en bas.
Mort, Johnny c'est mort. Johnny c'est mort. Johnny c'est
il est
mort.
mort.
Allez les gars. Qui est mort par Destruct Skyden. Destruct Skyden.
Voilà les gars. Ouais mais il va
Voilà les
prendre sa
frères.
carte.
Ouais les faire.
Non,
Allez les
Ils vont faire
faire.
la même, ils vont faire la même sur Vadel.
Ouais 100%.
Enfin c'est des Français qui ont les couilles d'aller contester premier là.
Ouais.
J'aime bien.
Enfin des mecs qui ont les...
Si ça peut remettre un peu de suspense.
Juste voir. Moi je veux juste voir Andilex. Andilex. Andilex c'est le seul mec que je veux voir qu'il est en train de se fight. Andilex qui est mort.
J'arrive 2 secondes.
Ok. Bon on va décaler. Des Skyden qui sont en train de se fight. Noir et Lee, raisonné qui sont en train de back.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils font T'avances.
Rasmo.
Ouais.
Destruct Skyden qui se font back par Noir et Lee.
Ouais, le bac.
Ouais. Jouez Sandy,
il débarque aussi.
Ouais.
Imagine, ils sont partis pour enculer les premiers.
Jouez Sandy.
C'est sûr, ils sont dit ça dans la tête. Ils se sont dit, on est troisième, on va enculer les premiers, ça remonte.
Jouez Sandy.
Non.
Non, y'a personne.
Ouais, je pense qu'on fait un peu de la merde.
Jouez Sandy. Ils sont.
Il est mort là. Donc c'est Tyson qui est mort dans ce
Et Artskill, ils continuent leur truc là?
Ouais, non, Artskill, non, ils ont stoppé.
Ils sont morts hein?
Non, Artskill, vers, tu vois, Logjam, tu vois Logjam?
Ouais.
Le truc de faille en haut. Le truc de faille en haut.
Je sais combien de likes, tiens, attends. Les gars, n'hésitez pas à liker le live. Parce qu'il y aura plus de monde qui va venir. Quand il y a plus de monde qui vient, etc. Il y a 3 likes. Ça va et toi? Moi ça va on est là. Ah même si ça pourrait aller mieux, les Français ont fait de la merde.
Bon on va voir Ravenja je pense.
Ouais là tu viens en direct.
Je me suis mis en live Twitch.
Ah yes.
Ravenja qui est mode spec sur Andilex.
Là c'est quel top 3?
Ça va et toi?
Top 3 c'est Jouer Zandi. Top 3.
Ils ont dit ils sont forts eux.
Non. Ouais on peut dire ça.
Oh, on va dire il est premier lui encore.
Ouais.
Mais il a
mais ils ont fait un top 1, de malade.
Ils jouent de V1, Vadil.
Qui?
Sur Fortnite, va sur Fortnite. Vadil est
sûr.
Ah ouais?
Oh Vadil. Vadil c'est un malade.
Un baiser.
Oh, regarde, s'il top, s'il est 2v1, double, ok? Double.
Mais spoil pas alors.
Ok. Impossible les 2v1, impossible.
Regarde,
des trucs qui, c'est un manette et lui... Les massifs, ça y est.
Le premier contre les derniers.
Oh,
wesh.
Attends, il est monstrueux là.
Vadil, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais?
Putain, mais pourquoi j'ai un écart sinon?
Vadil, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais? Vadil, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais?
Ils vont pas les 2v1, ce serait honteux.
Oh non.
Allez les gars. Allez les Français.
Bien joué.
Bien joué les Français.
C'est bon pour Vadil quand même.
Non, il y a Jouer Zandi. Jouer Zandi qui les back. Jouer Zandi qui les back.
C'était détruit, là il rentre dedans.
Ouais. Qui les back, Jouer Zandi qui les back.
Ils sont mal détruits hein.
Ouais, ils sont derniers.
C'est pour ça qu'ils ont été rush Vadil.
Oh ouais.
C'est pour niquer le classement.
Non, c'est pas eux qui l'ont rush. Ils étaient en train de cacher comme la tech hardskill.
Voilà, mais ils ont été joués sur la rota de Vadil. Ils savaient.
Ouais. Anaspic.
C'était qui Doudou?
Non, mais dans tous les cas, ils ont rien à perdre. Là, en fait, le seul truc qu'ils peuvent faire, c'est niquer le classement.
Il y a un mec sur le chat de Fortnite, il a mis Freemoke Willy Fences. Oui.
Ah ouais, mais oui, enculé aussi.
Oui. Anas qui est en train de fight.
J'ai combien de traits?
Bon, on va partir sur la PEV de DKS.
55.
DKS qui est en...
Ok, j'aime bien. Pour combien de temps par contre?
DKS, Bad Sniper, Disciptos pardon.
Zandi, Joe finalement fait pas back hein.
Non.
Bon, tu penses DKS Disciptos win?
Et je pense pas que c'est
Non,
une bonne chose pour
we
eux.
la game, we la game, we la game.
Compliqué.
Elle est belle la nouvelle
Moi,
pioche qu'elle a fait de ça.
Moi je pense Prédit top 10. Prédit top 10.
Attends, pourquoi c'est Veno qui a la pioche? Ah, il l'a gagné avec.
Il l'a gagné avec la dernière saison.
Il a gagné avec.
Ouais.
Ouais, ok. Je crois que c'était Thomas HD peut-être. Non, je sais pas.
Non, c'est Veno.
J'allais dire, ouais, s'il faut lui. Dire c'est pas un.
Ah, mais c'est sauvé de Dieu.
Mais comment vous voyez la pioche?
Bah, il l'a sorti.
Bah, c'est le mec qui l'avait.
Où?
Ilian, ramène-le à l'écran. Ramène-le à l'écran.
Hardfire.
Faut pas rester dans la storm dans les fêtes comme ça, ils sont cons à faire ça.
Mais frérot, ils sont hors zone. Après, je sais pas. Ouais, je pense qu'il y a les failles, je pense. Replay. Ouah, laser de Hardfire. Ouah, laser.
Ah ouais.
Camille, c'est
ils l'ont fini ou pas?
Ouais,
parce que, mais non, mais après on a vu que c'est genre de V2.
Ouais, ils l'ont fini,
ils l'ont fini. Pas sûrement, je pense.
Camille, c'est qui?
Je suis déçu hein.
Ouais.
Tout le monde les voyait gagnants là, putain.
Ouais, hier j'étais sûr qu'ils vont gagner entre.
Non, moi j'avais mis Malibuka Mustache sur les paris là.
Non, impossible. Non, impossible.
Ah, impossible, ils sont 3ème hein.
Ouais, mais on se partout avec Malibuka.
Mais frérot,
les gars, Malibuka ils sont 2ème hein.
Ils sont capables de me lâcher
et vas-y, est mort hein.
Ouais, 18 kills, oui, tu crois trop toi.
Ils sont capables, hein, c'est Malibuka.
Ouais, ils sont capables, mais en finale défense CS, ouais, t'abuses.
Bah ouais, bah attends la game. Viens Talia, viens.
Il jouait contre Belushi.
Vas-y le poulet. Donc, en vrai là, Malibuka il peut... Vas-y.
Non, parle.
Si Malibuka ils peuvent remonter premier hein, dans cette game, vu que Vadil est mort au tout début.
Non, je pense pas.
Bah il y avait quoi? Il y avait 15 points d'avance. Juste il y a 32 points de top déjà. Et 2 points par kill.
Non, 3 points par kill je pense.
2.
Attends, je vais voir.
Info sur lui. Oh, Joe et Zandy. Prends la fight. Ah non, c'est un replay, du passage.
Bon, Zandy, joué.
Il a pris 2 têtes là.
Oh, du côté ça. Il devrait mettre une splash, non?
Regarde, je la vanne, DKS qui est en train de casser tous les builds. C'est un fight. Ils étaient en train de... Des mecs qui sont en fight. Après, il a cassé tous les builds.
Oh, je suis
DKS qui prend la storm. Ouais.
Ouais, mais il a mis 2 fois 26.
Ouais. Les gars, ça vous dit après je vais partir NA FNCS NA.
Ouais, moi je suis rentré, je suis chaud. À un moment les gars, moi je vais aller au resto vers 21h. Je vais laisser mon live allumé et je reste dans votre groupe si vous pouvez cast pour moi.
Je vais essayer de cast moi.
Bah en fait vous faites exactement la même chose, juste je suis là en moins mais il y a ma voix en moins.
Ouais t'en fais pas, mets-moi modo pour
vas-y,
pour que je
mets un message. Ah non, t'as déjà mis. C'est bon.
C'est meilleur. Vers quelle heure? 21h?
Pablo il s'est fait arracher.
Bah 21h?
Ouais, on a dit, je pense Pablo il a pris cher hein.
Ouais. Pablo qui est dans la sauce.
Négatif, carrément.
Pablo qui est dans la sauce, je pense.
Pour moi franchement c'est juste que c'est trop tôt et par contre je te dis je vais l'avoir.
Regarde, je veux la vanne DKS. DKS et Disciptos qui sont en train de rota. Rota en bois. C'est la sauce rota en bois.
Ils prennent la storm.
Oh, non, non, ils prennent pas. Non, ils prennent pas.
Si, si.
Non, non, ils prennent pas. Wouah, 43. DKS, Disciptos qui prennent pas la storm.
Wouah, Vico.
Oh, ce qu'il vient de mettre.
Ouais, t'as vu.
Mais c'est pris aussi.
On parle pas de la même chose, Yann.
Il prend la storm.
On parle pas du même fight. Moi j'ai les deux POV en même temps. Une sur un téléphone et une sur la télé.
Les gars, c'est moi, Hardskill, il est hors zone.
Ouais, j'ai vu sur.
Mais il fait quoi hors zone? Mais il fait quoi hors zone? Hardskill.
Vico il prend full storm. Ah, c'est en delay, c'est Snazy sur Fortnite. Oh putain, il a mis une seconde. Quizzy.
Ah, ils ont tué.
Quizzy Veno. Quizzy Veno.
Non, pas de bien.
Mais Revsgard, il fait quoi? Kezix 4. Faisant là, aïe.
Wouah, l'autre ils sont morts.
Ouais.
Ils ont tous pris la storm.
Mais c'est un Savage qui prend le storm. Snazy Andilex qui prend le storm, je pense.
Ah ouais, ils sont blancs, wesh, Snazy, miskin.
Ouais.
Voilà, faut pas couper. Ils prennent pas la storm pour ça. Ouais, mais là ils sont morts. La mère, ils vont se faire arracher.
Ouais. Au moins, ils ont pris 2 points de top. 4ZR Kezix, ils ont le high.
Ça va, ils sont bien.
Oh, le stuff, vous savez.
Non, il a pas un peu stuff.
Ouais, sans pompe. Il a un pompe gold, c'est tout.
À part sans pompe, ça y est.
Ah ouais, voilà. Frère, t'es en fin de zone, je te jure, tu mets 185.
Oui, mais quand même.
Les gars, j'ai envie de le retour du spa, c'est 200.
Ouais, la merde.
200 c'est impossible, mais...
Les gars, vous vous rappelez le clutch de BNJ avec le space?
Oui, à la
en chapitre 2.
À la Dreamax.
Ouais. Le clutch de malade, il a fait.
Il a fait 50-50 des caisses.
Jure?
Ouais.
C'est bien 4 ZR.
Ouais, GG.
216 points, Malibuka. Je vous dis, ils vont passer. Si font une game, ils vont passer devant.
C'est moi, je pense bien.
Combien de points les premiers? 237 points.
Ouais, voilà.
Si c'est possible.
Ils sont à 20 points,
Ouais, 20 points top 2, ils font top 2, ça y est.
Et ils font un top 1 au pire, allez là.
Top 1, ils ont full avance, mais top 2.
Bah, top 1, ils montent à 250, je pense.
Non, plus, 200.
Non, 50, ça fait 45 points.
Mais dis-toi, ils vont faire. Dis-toi s'ils font 8 kills ou 9 kills ou 10 kills.
Ouais, c'est sûr. Ça fait 20 points en plus, ça fait 32. Ah, si, ça fait 50, non, ça colle ce que je dis.
260, je pense, moi je pense.
Ouais, pas mal. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Ils prennent la star ou Thomas D? Ah non, c'est bon.
Non, Thomas D, ils prennent pas.
Ouais, ils sont 230.
C'est celui à côté.
Ouais, c'est celui à côté.
Ah, il va mourir celui à côté.
Ah ouais,
ok.
Je sais pas si tu vas avoir le kill.
Attends, il a mis le damage, je crois.
Oh, nice.
Ils ont 200 IQ, Ils ont attendu jusqu'à il a un HP pour. Ouais.
Après, je suis pas sûr que ce soit calculé, il s'est dit, il va avoir un HP tout pile.
Hellfire, Fluiz.
Ouais.
Bon,
le stuff est compliqué.
On va voir DKS. Ouah, DKS en fin de zone. Les gars, go se mettre dans DKS, go se mettre sur DKS. Ouais, go se mettre sur DKS. Allez, DKS, vous pouvez le faire. Top 2 DKS. Je prédis top 2 DKS. Top 2. Regarde. Si top 2. Regarde, si top 2 DKS, tu doubles le truc, ok?
Vas-y.
Et si top 1 DKS, je triple le truc.
Oh, la zone qui repart. Oh là là.
Top 2 DKS, top 2.
Au moins un bon placement, en fait, le top 2, je m'en fous, mais bon placement.
Qu'ils ont un free stuff.
Oh là là.
Oh, le pompe gold.
Anas 4ème.
Ouah, DKS qui revient sur les extend.
Ils sont trop bien.
Qui revient sur le revient sur leur extend.
Ils sont juifs.
DKS, c'est Disciptos qui se font jouer.
Oui, ils sont bien, ils sont bien. Ils sont... Oh là là, ils sont low ground, ils sont beaucoup trop bien.
Ouais.
Je l'ai monté avec
Le
ça,
grand.
montée dangereuse.
Ils sont trop forts, le grand.
Arthur Nixon qui récupère 2 kills.
Bon. One laser DKS. Laser de DKS. DKS qui a full ball. Qui peut full spray tout le monde.
Non, il pouvait.
DKS qui doit prendre des kills.
Non.
Ouais, DKS, non. DKS qui a 30 HP. DKS 30 HP.
Oui, si, il y a
Ouais, ça peut.
DKS 10 HP.
Descends.
DKS mort. DKS mort.
Oh, il a tué. Il a Spider-Man.
Allez, Disciptos. Tu peux le faire.
Il a 140, hein, il est bien après des hein.
Ouais, allez, Disciptos. Il a 26 de build. Il a 26 builds. Il a 2 modes.
Oh, oui, tant pis,
Ouais, le refresh. Refresh, je pense. Ouais. Allez, le
En plus, il y a
refresh.
le Medibrum, frère.
Il y a notre Midi Blue, mais ouais, il y a notre Midi. Il est trop bien.
Décime mon truand.
Top 10.
Ouais, il peut rester. Ah, il peut rester en zone. Il a
Non, faut Midi.
Midi. Non.
Oh, c'est
Oh là là.
Non, GG. Top combien?
Top 5, ça va, c'est bien.
Ouais.
Vas-y, on passe sur Fortnite, on passe sur Fortnite.
152 points. DKS 152 points.
Je pars sur Fortnite. Il regarde DKS. Ils sont top 13 à DKS. En vrai, s'ils font en fait, faut que DKS soit dans le top 7. Ce top 7, ils sont invités à la LAN à Los Angeles.
Ah ouais, je
top
sais.
7 sont invités.
Ah ouais?
Ouais, c'est en gros, c'est une cup à 1 million d'euros.
Plus que 1 million.
Ouais, mais 1 million pour le gagnant, 1 million pour le gagnant.
Ouais.
Ouais, c'est en gros, c'est un peu la World Cup de cette année.
Non, la World Cup, elle va être.
Elle sera en 2023 la World Cup.
Oh
Non, ouais, 2023.
Oh ouais.
Quoi
Oh putain, oh le rattrapage qu'il avait fait.
Ouais, Hellfire, ouais. Mais il est mort. Il est mort par DKS.
Il aurait mis un max damage. Ah ouais.
Regarde, Kizzy Veno qu'ils ont le high.
Ouais, mais après, on sait très bien, Savage. Il peut très bien faire des glitches.
Kizzy Veno qu'ils ont le high.
T'es sur rien là,
Ouais, mais. Ah, mais après, tu sais, les gens qui vont venir faire des tarps et tout. J'arrive pas à regarder comment on fait. Tu vas dans la croisée des gens, sur Fortnite.
Savage qui a full mat. Il tire ça.
Vraiment, Savage, tu peux sentir
Anas, oh putain.
Savage qui tire ça. Savage qui tire sur son ancien mate.
Ouais, c'est nimp. Mais Anas.
Mais il fait quoi, Anas?
Mais frère, il a cru qu'il était en MM ou quoi?
Mais je sais pas. C'est un malade, c'est un malade.
Il y a 300 000 balles en jeu, il fait quoi là? Ah là ça va. Il prend un kill.
Oh là là. Enfin, il s'attend qu'elle est mourir.
Allez, Jouer qui est mort. Ou Anas qui prend un laser. Qui a pris un laser.
La tête elle est revenue.
Ah ouais, il est bien. Il peut mettre des bandages, mais des bandages devant.
Ah, même son il est bien.
Ah, Joe est mort.
Joe qui est mort, Zandy. 1v2.
Vico,
clutch.
Eh, Vico il fait encore des kills hein.
Qui?
Vico? Il est encore
ouais.
Allez. Ils sont à combien de kills? Ils sont bien.
Zandy qui...
Quizzy sur le high.
Ah ouais.
Ouais. Kizzy Veno en high. Destru Skyden qui sont encore en vie.
Oh, non.
Mais la vie. Skyden, Destru qui sont encore en vie.
En plus c'est eux qui ont tué Vadil.
Ah ouais.
Y'a rien Vico. Ah non, Vico.
Et attends, Malibuka il y a combien de points là?
Regarde Skyden qui a tué Vico.
Est-ce que Malibuka est mort en fait?
Non,
Malibuka il est mort, Zondi est mort.
Allez.
231.
Malibuka qui est encore.
Oh, ils sont là.
Allez. Malibuka 231 points.
Qui est toujours là et 4
T'es mal le nombre de splash.
4 ZR qui tombent.
Les gars, Malibuka. Les gars, Malibuka 6 points.
Dans
6
ce cas,
points.
là, ils sont bien. Hein. Ils ont rattrapé les premiers donc.
Malibuka 6 points pour être premier. Malibuka 6 points pour être premier. Les premiers 237 points. Non.
Ah.
237 les premiers.
Wow, City, bloque pas.
Oh, City.
Non. Philippe, non. Déciptos,
c'est Malibuka.
Déciptos, ils prennent un kill. Ils sont en vie.
Ok, les premiers. Malibuka, premier.
Mais Déciptos, il est déjà mort. Déciptos, il est déjà mort. Mais il est déjà mort.
Ah, mais de la storm, il a pris.
Jolavani. Ouais, Jolavani. Disciptos sur Jolavani, tu te rappelles?
Ah oui, c'est vrai, raison. Ah oui, je crois. En tout cas, il a eu un kill,
Bon, Veno qui. Veno sur le high qui. Mais on sait déjà que DKS il est encore en vie.
Non, il est mort, DKS.
Non, pardon, je veux dire Destruy. Destruy Skyden qui sont encore en vie. Allez, Skyden.
Tu dois pas un Skyden ou quoi?
En vrai, il y a moyen.
Skyden. Regarde, si top 1, Skyden, tu doubles, ok?
Quoi?
Ah ouais, Noir et Lee, ils font de la merde.
Vous avez entendu quoi? Noir et Ali qui est toujours.
Skyden.
Allez, Skyden.
2v2v2.
Noir et Lee, Skyden.
Skyden. Allez, Skyden. Oh, Kizzy Veno. Kizzy Veno qui
remonte aussi, hein, du coup. Hein. Il vient de faire top 1 13 ou 15 kills. Hein.
Attends, je regarde.
Vas-y.
Malibuka Merstrage qui
ça va être tellement serré.
Oui, c'était sûr ça.
Malibuka Merstrage, premier 239 bien.
On est que à la deuxième game. Hein.
Deuxième, Vadil Janis 237. Troisième, Veno Kizzy 209. Joué Zondi 5ème qui sont descendus. Pink Anas 200 points. Dommage des Trippers 168. DKS Deciptos 10ème 152 points.
Ouais, Kouzi, top 13 kills.
Tyson Chapix 137 points. 13ème.
Les Français, on est où?
Attends, je te dis, DKS Deciptos 10ème 152 points.
Ah, let's go ça.
Andilex Nazy 27ème 101 points.
Ah là là, ça fait mal ça.
Artski les Chips 75 points. Destru Skyden 49 points, 42 59 points. Il était dernier. Stomerite je sais pas ça, c'est potes. Et Frimok Faki dernier 20 points.
Frimok dernier. Oh là là, la honte. Frimok
20 points. Ah ouais. 20 points Frimok.
Ils ont pris une fin de zone, c'est.
Frimok, on est déçus, Frimok. Les gars, vous avez
ton sac?
Hein?
Bah ton sac, la FNCS.
Bah non. Casse les couilles. Ils l'ont remplacé, ils avaient mis un beau et ils l'ont enlevé. Ils ont mis un sac de merde qui donne le nombre de kills à 400 000.
Les gars, vous avez vu Bouga hier?
Non, je l'ai vu. J'ai pas regardé.
Bouga, il a fait un clutch hier.
Ah ouais?
Ouais.
Je le verrai dans des taux, je pense.
C'est qui le premier dans les noms?
Mais il a mis.
Lui, Kix, il était loin.
NA?
Ouais.
Attends, je te dis.
Kix, il était loin. Attends, j'arrive, je vais pisser. Attends, regarde, j'arrive.
Premier NA, c'est. NA East ou NA West? Allo? Ok. NA East, c'est. Les deuxièmes, c'est Bouga. Deuxième Bouga. Les premiers, c'est Peter Bot et Bila. Je sais pas c'est qui. Clix, et son mate 6ème, 131 points. Canada, 12ème avec 115 points. Mais tu sais, NA c'est plus serré que EU. Waouh!
Ouais.
Les gars! Rasmo!
Ouais, comment c'est serré avec Vadil?
Rasmo!
200. Ouais.
Tu sais, NA c'est plus serré que EU.
Oui.
Premier 182 points, deuxième 162, troisième 155, quatrième 153, cinquième 133.
Ça va être intéressant là.
Deuxième c'est Bouga. Deuxième c'est Bouga. Premier c'est Peter Boot.
Moi je suis pour Bouga, moi je suis pour Bouga.
Ouais, je pense que Bouga il va regagner comme hier, comme la dernière saison.
Est-ce que pour vous, s'il y a une World Cup solo, est-ce que Bouga peut la regagner?
Non, impossible.
Non, il y a des meilleurs joueurs là en ce moment.
Maintenant il y a full meilleurs joueurs que.
Pour moi c'est la. Franchement, nouvelle cup, la EU, mais roule sur la N. Pour moi la EU roule sur la N, 100%.
Bon, les gars.
Que ça.
Ouais.
Ouais, mais après Arski il a beaucoup d'expérience aussi. C'est la première finale, je crois.
Oui, c'est ça.
Mais les gars, dites-vous, Heartskill il a 15 ans.
Oui, il y aurait plus d'expérience, ça soulève tout le monde.
Pour moi, dans les 5 prochaines saisons, Arski gagne la FNC.
Ouais. Mais dis-toi, Heartskill il a 15 ans, frérot. 15 ans par rapport à. Ouais, par rapport aux mecs qui ont 20 ans. Ouais.
Mais ça fait déjà quel âge lui?
Bon, les gars, le contest de. Les gars, contest de DKS. Contest. DKS de Siptos qui sont en train de contest. Bon, go regarder DKS de Siptos qui sont en train de se fight. Ou le striker.
Le striker mauve, premier corps.
Trop bien, pas bien. On regarde Heartskill.
But the reason was he's not happy is because he wasn't first. You know, he's a competitor. Is if you're not first, you're last. So for him being in 8th right now, like I know this is a hit, and hopefully across these next few games, they can use that energy to surge himself back up.
That's right. Now let's double back.
Pourquoi je le vanille? Moi je le vois.
Victory Royale on the day.
Les gars, je la vanille là.
A little bit of a hit off there. Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance for Janice, of course. Not paying attention. Well, I don't want to say not paying attention. You can't say not paying attention.
Vous regardez qui? Vous regardez qui?
Je vais aller Fortnite là, je vais voir le spawn. Le pot d'inside.
Mais regarde Ravenza. Ravenza il est en train de. Bon, moi je vais voir le spawn de Sneezy, je pense. C'est qui? Sneezy.
Can't get lulled into a false sense of security. No corners are safe. That is the primary message that I think has been established here for Giannis and Vidil.
Definitely.
Oh my gosh, it's just, you know, now of course they're not going to allow this to happen again, right? It was his...
We'll see. I guess we'll see.
C'est moi la game elle doit être relancée.
We don't have to worry just yet, right? We have another 4 ahead of us.
Ouais, la game elle doit être relancée, je pense. Ouais. Ouais, y a personne qui a spawn dans la game. Y a personne qui a proc dans la game. Wow, dans la game il y a 64 personnes. Wow. Ils vont relancer la game, Fortnite. 64.
Queasy and Vino be able to continue their momentum forwards? Will Janice and Vidil be able to make it off of their drops?
Ah oui, il y a deux games, je pense.
Be able to come out on top in the early game. So many storylines to follow. We're in day 2. These are the
bon, go regarder Heartskill. Le spawn. Dis pas Heartskill, il va encore changer de spawn.
Si.
Mais c'est des malades. Non, me dis pas ils vont jouer à Disciptos DKS.
Non.
Ouais, ils vont jouer Disciptos DKS. Oui. Je pense que c'est eux qui étaient avec eux dans le spawn. Je pense que c'est eux qui étaient dans le spawn avec eux. Je pense, ouais, c'est des petites salopes, c'est ça. Mais c'est eux qui étaient dans le spawn avec eux. Ouais, c'est eux. Non, dis-leur. Il y a des mecs sur le chat de Joueur PS4 qui lui dit va prévenir des KS, prévenir des KS. C'est des malades. Allez, DKS font.
Vu la merde, vu la merde, je vais le faire.
Noirelli.
Oh non.
Ouah, Noirelli.
Oh.
Noirelli qui tue Vadil. Noirelli qui tue Vadil.
Attention le spawn.
Allez, excuse. Podasai. Allez, excuse Podasai. Non, Podasai. Non.
Oh, excuse.
Allez. 3-0.
La honte, Tyson, t'es nul.
Mais pourquoi? Mais ça y est. 3-0, ça y est, décalé.
Parti,
ça y est.
Sans niquer leur deuxième game.
Quite literally the worst possible thing that could have happened for them, but the best thing ever for the Frenchies. Exuise and Podasai will be
Poda Suisse qui sont trop forts. Thomas D en solo 1v2. Thomas D. Pourquoi?
Artsky qui swipe. Non, je connais, Artsky, il la connaît.
Ouais, il a des cas connaît. Ouais.
Oh, sur Andilex.
Non, je pense pas. Ouais. Hardskill 1v qui est en train de se fight. Mais tu sais, c'est Andilex qui est à connaît.
Oui.
Andilex connaît.
Et Andilex il va retweet hein.
Non, je pense pas. Toi, je vais partir sur Twitter vite. Bon, je suis cheater moi. Bon les boys, ce soir wow, Déciptos qui tweet.
Il a tweet quoi?
Il a tweet que il a pas proc encore. Déciptos qui tweet. Bon, Andilex, on va voir Andilex.
Artskill en Disney, fight. Pas sur.
Ouais, j'ai vu. Sur Fortnite? Ouais.
C'est mort.
Non. Attendez, Hardskill, attends, Chips, si tu veux le fight, attends. Non, c'est Hardskill et Chips qui ont rush.
Hardskill en Dilex.
Il a dit quoi?
Il a dit prochaine LAN, je fais un fight Hardskill contre Andilex.
Oui. Hardskill, frérot, il a 15 ans. Andilex, je sais pas, il a combien? Oh, Hardskill qui a tué Andilex.
Andilex tweet.
Attends, je vais voir. Ouais, Andilex qui a tweet. Il a dit que la saison, ça y est, elle est terminée. GG, je vais plus jouer, je pense. Je sais que j'ai tweet regardez comment on meurt, c'est la pire manière, ça me rend fou. Bon, Andilex qui tweet. Andilex qui tweet. On va regarder Freemok. Est-ce qu'il a tweet Freemok aussi? Freemok il tweet même pas. On va regarder X-Wiz.
Headband is on. He's in game mode.
Are you doing a drip check right now? Rating all of his accessories.
You know, it's FNCS Day 11.
Ouah, ça joue sur mon talent Dilex sur Twitter. Chaque gros bot, Arski il joue meilleur que toi, Andisex. Gênant. Tu fais le cowboy, mais tu fais le MDR. Bahaha. Désolé pour toi, sale bot.
Wow.
C'est vous qui les achète.
Ouais, ça répond à chaud là.
Skill is just better than you on this sex. Ah ouais.
Là, il n'y a rien à dire, mais si c'était entre français, ils ont gagné le fight simple.
Ils sont meilleurs, écoute. Dommage, fallait pas les rush. C'est juste des. Ils sont balèques de gagner la finale. Le retour du battant, GG Gonex, force à toi. Premier com. La prochaine, c'est la Chenchill. Ils ont été meilleurs. Encore lui. Pourquoi vous les jouez, frérot? Mais c'est à cause. Mais pourquoi ils les jouent alors que eux ils sont meilleurs que en gunfight? Hardskill meilleur que toi, dommage focus les deux derniers. Le seum Hardskill est meilleur que toi, t'es nul à chier. Bon Hardskill qui. Hardskill qui.
15 minutes, ouais, t'inquiète. 30 minutes, ouais, t'inquiète. Savage qu'elle aille. On se concentre sur la game là, mesdames et messieurs. Attention, c'est parti, Savage qu'elle aille. Il a le aïe. Attention, il n'a pas de pompe. Il n'a pas de pompe. Chut. Baka, t'es en vie?
Ouais.
Oh là là. Mais pourquoi Mr Savage il a pas de pompe?
Même s'il prend la storm. Ils font ça chaque game. Il y a lui qui prend la storm et N qui se fait pour l'instant.
Bah les boucles c'est pareil hein.
Vico il est en train de se fight. Vico le fight.
Oh j'ai cru que c'était un ennemi. J'avais pété mon crâne.
Ils jouaient BLC qu'ils ont le high. Ou Savage qui.
Eh, ils sont joués ou je rêve?
Ouais, ils sont joués.
Ah ouais, clairement. Je peux jouer Scuber, oui, tu peux venir faire la finale si tu veux. Pas de soucis. Baka.
Ouais.
Non, je stream les journées.
Tu veux stream avec moi?
Vas-y, je suis chaud.
Tu vas la cast ou tu vas la live?
Je vais la jouer. Et on peut la jouer, ils se rejoignent dans les groupes. Mais je vais la jouer en Asia et tout. Asia, chinois et tout. Bah, Asia, c'est quoi?
Je vais essayer de te coach, ok?
Vas-y. Eh Vico il va en découdre hein. Ils sont top 6. Oh il peut pas un shoot. Ils sont top 6, ils se perdent pas leurs couilles hein. Est-ce que va dire son mort?
Mais les gars, dites la vérité, Tyson il se fait bouffer.
Ouais, là, oui. Hier, non, mais aujourd'hui, oui.
Ah, mais en fait, Rasmo, Hardskill il veut juste griller tout le monde et puis.
Ouais, clairement.
Ça mène à la finale, genre.
Quand ils s'en foutent des cash, ils jarrichent.
Mais frérot, Hardskill. Mais frérot, t'as. Ou pas? Sans PC?
Non, j'ai pas vu.
Oh, il a une RTX 3090, écran 360 Hz.
Attendez, ça casse. Regardez, ça casse en dessous.
Ouais, Vico qui est mort, je pense.
Non, il tombe dans sa bush.
Ah ouais.
Ah, ça, faut regarder comme ça.
BLC qui est mort. Qui est mort. Oh
là.
Ça y est.
Il recasse. Mais c'est des malades.
Et wesh. En fait, il y a un retour de situation là.
Les gars, il jouait, il peut 1v2. Il peut aller 1v2.
Non. Compliqué.
Il peut.
Il se barre,
il peut.
Son but de...
Non, mais c'est Vico, frère. Il a une chaude.
C'est compliqué, hein.
Mais il peut le faire.
Non, pour moi, il va se barrer et ils vont pas le jouer en fait. Bon, moi là, le fight est fini, je pense. Ils ont pris la stop. Ah, s'ils bougent pas, ils vont peut-être aller jouer en fait.
Bon, des Siptos dégagés sur Joueur Vanille. Des Siptos qui est en fight. Et DKS qui est en fight. Des Siptos qui est mort. DKS 1v2. DKS 1v2. DKS 1v2.
Putain, mais chaque game ça se passe comme ça, j'ai l'impression.
Quoi?
Les cracks.
DKS qui se barre. DKS qui se barre.
Il est en fight.
Non, me dis pas c'est hard skill. Imagine c'est hard skill.
Non, mais là, c'était
Non, je t'imagine.
Non, c'est pas lui. C'est Primoc?
Non, je pense pas.
So if they want to continue to be successful, they're going to have to keep on having the highs. So Mini, what's going to be the key?
Un skill, attends, on va voir un skill.
These guys staying so high in the standings.
C'est des malades. C'est des malades. C'est des Primoc, c'est Primoc, je pense. Ouais, c'est Primoc. Primoc, je pense.
Ouais, puis la merde, hein.
Sneji est mort.
Ah ouais. Wow, c'est trop. Nique ta mère, Chip. Putain, Buka il cheat. Ah, si, en fait, je l'ai bien.
Mais pourquoi toi tu veux que Malibuka il gagne?
En vrai, de vrai, Malibuka mérite. En vrai, ouais.
Non, moi je veux.
Ah, mais attends,
Les chips.
C'est qui? C'est contre c'est qui les gars? C'est contre c'est qui?
En fait, j'ai envie que tout le jeu soit la dernière game, que ce soit vraiment serré.
Mais tu vois, je te dis c'est quoi la game la plus serrée que ça va être? C'est la dernière. C'est la dernière.
Imaginez Malibuka contre Vadil. Ils ont le même nombre de points et c'est et 1v1 champion FNCS. Celui qui gagne 1v1 il est champion FNCS.
C'est trop stylé.
C'est une masterclass. Ou bien tu sais Vadil qui clutch 1v2 contre Malibuka et truc pour être champion FNCS.
Wow.
Voilà, ça c'est une masterclass ça. Ouais, je peux te jurer que wesh Janice il suce Vadil.
Ça va être une masse.
Il fait un boulot.
Ça va être une masterclass plus.
Ah, clairement.
Attends, c'est qui les premiers déjà? Enfin, les deuxièmes.
Vadil et Malibuka.
Les gars,
Vadil deuxième, Malibuka le premier.
Bah attends, Vadil, s'il gagne encore les FNCS, sa deuxième FNCS gagne ou le troisième?
Deuxième, je crois.
Les gars, j'ai une mauvaise.
Et Janice aussi, je crois.
Annonce. Les gars, j'ai une mauvaise annonce. Deceptos a cassé son bureau.
Ouais, j'ai entendu.
Ah. Coup dur pour Deceptos. Coup dur pour Deceptos. Wow, Deceptos qui a cassé son bureau.
Il pète son écran en plein truc.
Wow. Mais imagine, tu sais, il a triplé.
La daronne qui court
Mais non, mais tu sais, il a triplé écran. Il a triplé écran.
Oh, en vrai, je te jure, je prépare le truc. Et j'achète 4-5 écrans moi dans le truc. Parce que chaque game je mettrai une patate dedans. Baka t'en prends plus. Mais tu passes à boulanger avant que tu prends une commande.
Frérot, tu crois que t'es Elon Musk ou c'est comment?
Bah frère, tu fais dernier, tu gagnes 1500 balles. Oui, t'inquiète. Tu es premier, tu gagnes 3000. Wow, 941. Putain.
Mais tu sais Elon Musk, tu sais Elon Musk il peut acheter Fortnite, tout Fortnite il peut l'acheter.
Il peut racheter tout, il peut tout racheter.
Même la planète il peut l'acheter frère.
Mais ouais, il m'achète.
Même la NASA il peut acheter.
Frère, le mec il envoie des fusées comme ça. Imagine toi t'es là, tu es avec ton argent, tu dis vas-y les gars, aujourd'hui on voit une fusée sur Mars.
Ouais, on va acheter Twitter.
C'est ça.
Bon aujourd'hui on va acheter Fortnite, pour qu'il y a personne qui dit Fortnite c'est nul.
Genre c'est l'un des seuls mecs qui peut dire à Poutine ferme ta gueule.
Ah non, t'abuses. Poutine il lui dit ça après. Il va lui envoyer.
Ah ouais mais du coup là il perd fou l'argent. Je jure
qu'il s'en fout de l'argent, dans tous les cas il est prêt à mourir.
Et bon, en vrai c'est bizarre, quand tu penses, le mec c'est trop riche, il s'en bat les couilles, il est toujours en train de travailler, genre, il s'en bat les couilles, il veut pas son argent, il va même pas au resto ni rien.
Il a quand même dépensé pour Twitter.
Mec il mange des pâtes dans un appartement à New York. La vie de ma mère, je te jure c'est vrai, il va pas au resto.
Ouais il mange.
Au moins il se vend pas.
Ah ouais mais à un moment...
Au moins il perd pas, au moins il perd pas de l'argent bêtement, pas comme quelqu'un qui perd... Non, pas comme quelqu'un qui peut... Non, dis-moi. Non, juste attends. Au moins il perd pas de l'argent, pas comme quelqu'un qui perd tout son argent sur des V-Bucks. On va rien dire.
Ah, quoi?
Fais site de la... Il perd pas son argent dans des bars aussi.
Oh, ça je suis pas sûr, ça je pense qu'il y va. Oh, Joe,
je t'ai dit, Rasmo, je t'ai dit, au moins lui, il perd pas de l'argent bêtement, pas comme quelqu'un qui perd tout son argent sur des V-Bucks. On va rien dire.
Ou dans le bar.
Oui, c'est pas toi, oui, c'est pas toi. Oui,
dans le bar plutôt.
Oui, c'est pas toi. Non, même dans V-Bucks.
Non, en vrai, il s'est calmé là.
Ouais, V-Bucks, je me suis calmé. Hein. Tu sais que j'ai rien acheté cette saison. Même la saison
Oui, mais maintenant t'es parti là dans le bar là. Tu t'es pas calmé dans le bar.
Hardski qui est pas en zone. Hardski qui est pas en zone. Les gars, regardez Ravenja. Ravenja, je pense. Ravenja, POV 4Z.
Oh, c'est 50ème niveau peut-être.
C'est tout ce qu'il vient de mettre.
Qui
Un V1 Ah non, 2V1. Attends. Attends, je viens de te dire.
Allez, Siko.
Pablo, il vient de tuer 3 personnes.
Norali 2v1. Non, il a pas tué 3 personnes.
Norali 2v1.
Oh,
Norali 2v1.
Oh, attends, il peut le faire hein.
Il peut clairement le faire.
Non.
Oh, si. Ils ont pas de blé HP en façon. Plus je mets 2 bandages minimum et une grosse poche. Ah non, une grosse poche. Mais 2 bandages. Oh non, il rate sa balle.
Non, il est blanc.
Ils peuvent. Ouf.
Il fait quoi?
C'est compliqué.
Un HP.
Mais c'est des malades.
Ouais, mais ils ont... Oh, dans 5 secondes la zone bouge, il est mort. 3 secondes.
Non, c'est moi.
Il est mort de la
Les gars, c'est moi il a oublié ses bandages.
Tu donnes des bandages à ton pote. Ça passe même pas, il peut même pas en mettre un.
Ouais, il est mort. Je pense qu'il est mort. Il est clairement mort.
Il a mis un, là il en met un.
Non, il est mort.
Je suis pas sûr. Finalement,
je pense qu'il est mort.
Oh, Johnny, 244. Ils sont passés premiers.
Mais Malibuka, ils sont encore en vie. Non, ils sont encore en vie, tu vois.
Attends, mais c'est bizarre.
Ah, mais ouais, mais il y avait 2
ils sont pas premiers.
Il y avait 2 points d'écart, ils ont fait un kill, c'est pour ça qu'ils sont égalisés.
Ouais.
Ah.
Là, c'est égalité.
C'est serré là. Merde.
Oh, Joe.
Bon, jouez, on va voir.
Ah oui, c'est Joe, ils sont deuxième parce qu'ils sont égalité.
Ah ouais, bah Malibuka, attends.
Non, c'est égalité, c'est vrai. Ils sont premiers, égalité. En fait, les 2 équipes sont premières.
Non, très bien.
Non, ils sont pas égalité,
Bah si.
Tiens, regarde, tu vois, Malibuka premier aussi, tu vois.
Regarde, ils sont premiers, les gars, sont passés.
En fait, ça marque que Vadil et Malibuka, ils sont premiers.
Mais moi, je vois sur Fortnite Tracker, ils sont pas premiers.
Ah, nous, on voit directement sur le jeu.
Malibuka Merstras, ils sont 239 points et Vadil 238.
Oui, mais c'est pas.
Ouais, mais là, ils sont à 247.
Ça s'actualise pas quand je suis en game.
Oh, la double POV.
Attends.
C'est incroyable comment Vadil.
Bon, Merstras, Malibuka, vous pouvez le faire.
Il y a juste la game d'avant que Vadil. C'est la seule game qu'ils ont fait Vadil avant.
Et Janice.
Ouais. On en parle de Freemok. On en parle de Freemok et Faki.
Non, on en parle pas. On parle pas de Freemok, les gars.
Manette. Ah, Mokallah. Ah.
Attends, c'est encore qui là?
Pourquoi il y a la POV de Fortnite qui a bugué?
Ah, Chip, tu as encore tué quelqu'un?
Les gars, là.
Ouais. Malibuka premier pour l'instant. De rien, mais pour l'instant, Malibu Cup.
Attends, mais Joe, s'il fait deuxième, quoi, il compte plus bien. Jacques est deuxième.
Véno, troisième, combien de temps? Ah, ça va être serré!
Joe, il meurt là. Ouais.
Ah, ça va être serré!
Malibuga. Les gars, il y a un mec qui a écrit Malibuga et qui est en live. Malibuga. Mais imagine, il y a un mec qui a le niveau à Malib.
Oh les gars,
imaginez, il y a un mec.
Rasmus, t'attends double.
Attends. C'est bon, c'est mieux?
Tu m'entends?
Ouais, c'est mieux, c'est bon, tout le monde c'est mieux?
Ouais, là c'est mieux.
Les gars, cette zone va être incroyable. C'est le Daily Bugle qui doit être monté.
Non.
Wow.
Premier Janice premier. Deuxième 259 points.
Oh non, mais spoil pas. Tu viens de spoil la game.
Ouais, j'avoue, non, je spoil rien.
Tu viens de spoil l'entièreté de la game.
Mais non, j'ai dit juste les points.
Non, mais t'as dit sur Tracker.
C'est pas la game.
On sait qu'il y a pas un mec qui a fait top 1 parce que...
C'est pas sur Fortnite Tracker, c'est sur Fortnite. Veno 1v2. Veno solo clutch. Veno solo clutch.
Wow,
oh, Malibuka, ouais.
Malibuka mort.
Ouais, vas-y, mort.
Il est tué par skill.
Arsil en vie?
Arsil en vie?
Oh non! Non!
C'est Tikami qui remonte hein?
Bon les gars, Malibuka qui est mort, Mastrash qui est mort.
Attends, Joe, il est encore en vie?
Bon les gars, encore qui est mort?
Bah Janice est en vie là.
Janice encore en vie.
Est-ce que Joe il
va mourir là?
Ouais.
On sait que Janice
il va mourir top 10. Il va mourir top 10, Janice. Avec ouais, là il va mourir.
Ouais,
il va mourir top 10.
Arski est pas mort pour l'instant.
Ah ouais, non. Mais Joe, il est mort.
Non, je veux voir s'il est pas mort.
Joe, Podasa X Wiz qui sont top 6, ils ont fait top 6.
Oh, Chips qui a eu un kill de la Storm.
Allez, deux sont encore en vie.
Qui ça?
Bah, Artil et Chips.
Ouais.
Ah, mais il y a moyen top 1 là.
Il y a moyen. Il reste que des duos.
Ah, Artil et Chips, Artil et deux Camille.
Podasai qui prend un kill.
Podasai aussi encore en vie.
Podasai qui reprend un kill. Mettez-nous les Français, putain. Mettez-nous les Français, putain. Swiss.
Et attends, Chips, ça combien de kills?
Il y a un écho.
Wesh. Ils ont 8 kills.
Wouah.
Voilà,
Podasai qui est encore en vie.
C'est la game des Français ça. Janice mort.
Janice est mort.
Il est pas déjà mort?
X-Wiz mort.
C'est tu encore en vie?
Wow, ils ont 8 kills.
Allez, un peu par français là.
Camille est mort. Ah, il va mourir.
Paco encore en vie.
Il est mort.
Oh, non, pas encore.
Oh, il a tué Chips.
Pas encore.
Oh. Top 2, moi je dis. Chips.
Moi je dis.
What?
Chips qui prend un kill.
Chips, c'est trop fort. Je veux rien savoir, Chips, c'est trop fort. Ah, il a plus de vie, Chips. Ah, il a plus de vie. Oh là là, top 2, frère.
Pas.
Ils ont fait une bonne game hein,
Oh, il est Attends, je vais voir le classement. Attends, spoil pas le classement. Attends, spoil pas.
Ok.
Oh, tiens, un écho de fou là.
Ouais, je sais pas.
Ouais, il y a un écho.
Débranchez tous vos micros. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ouais.
Allô.
Ouais.
Vous m'entendez?
Ouais, j'entends. Y'a pas d'écho, moi, pour moi.
Moi non.
Ah, si, un petit peu loin.
Oh, allô?
Un petit peu loin.
Allô?
Ouais.
Ah, c'est Cédric qui a l'écho.
Mais moi, j'ai pas d'écho, j'ai jamais eu d'écho.
Si, c'est Cédric qui a l'écho.
Recule un tout petit peu ton micro, Ziad.
Maintenant?
1, 2, 1, 2. Non.
Ouais, en fait, Sucré, quand je t'avais mis la pour voir c'était qui? J'avais plus l'écho.
Pas grave, je sais pas. Des Chapix 21. Wow, les gars, regardez les games. Non, je vais pas spoil, juste regardez les games de Chapix Taser. Top 50, 0 kill, top 50, 0 kill, top 50, 0 kill.
Mettez-nous le classement.
Mais regardez sur Fortnite Tracker.
Non, je
vais le voir là.
Bon. Waouh.
Tu veux pas me faire spoil?
Je crois que ça va être hyper serré là.
Ouais, moi aussi.
Les gars, je peux parler? Je peux vous dire le classement?
Non. Le classement il va arriver sur Fortnite là.
Juste pour vous dire les premiers et les deuxièmes, l'écart c'est 3 points. 3 points.
Mais attends, dis pas après.
Ouais, pas le Malibuka, il a chié dessus.
Ouais, regarde là, c'était incroyable.
Comme il a pris le wall instant. Dommage. Oh, le mur s'est pas mis le seul. 15 minutes. Putain. 15 minutes. Ouais, carré. Je vais descendre voir les.
Bon, vous avez vu le classement?
Non. Est-ce qu'on va arriver là? Ah non. Janice, il faut quoi?
Viens sur le classement Fortnite direct.
Ouais, regarde ça va.
Ah non mais toi viens. Ziad, viens sur le live Fortnite.
Moi j'ai déjà. Fortnite?
Oh, what?
Quoi?
Wesh.
Ah, il y a quand même un écart entre le deuxième et le troisième.
Des caisses dixième toujours hein. Mais il y a 100 points d'écart entre le dixième et le premier, ça c'est compliqué ça, à remonter. Et regardez, Mirstach, ils ont le même nombre d'éliminations, ils ont le même nombre de victoires royales. Waouh.
Et 2 points, 3 points de top.
Oh, c'est tellement serré.
Mais Malibuka ils ont fait 2 top 1. Vadis 2 top 1. Zondi jouer 0 top 1. Veno 1 top 1. Mais tu sais jouer Zondi s'ils font un top 1 ou 2 top 1. Ouais, ça y est, ils sont premiers. Ouais. Ils leur font juste un top 1 à jouer Zondi. Ah ouais,
en fait, faut dire que Vadil il meurt instant au spawn et Malibuka.
Et Janice. Ouais.
Oh, c'est 13ème.
Mais les gars, juste regardez 21. Regardez les games de Tyson et Chapix.
Ouais, j'ai vu, top 50 euros,
Et wesh, Artie, il est combien?
Askill, il est 24ème. 24.
Seulement
24. Ils ont fait 10 kills top 3.
24 sur 50, après c'est pas dégueulasse non plus. Hein,
mais ils sont mieux que Podasa X Suisse. Ils sont mieux que Podasa X Suisse. Ils leur pendent.
Toi hier, Podasa X Suisse, hier ce qu'ils ont fait, ils ont fait que de la merde.
Ouais.
Bah comme Arskill hein.
L'influence, c'est qu'Arski il essaye autre chose.
Lui il essaie de griffe pour niquer la finale.
Ah, il essaie de griffe tout le monde.
Lui il veut pas jouer le top 1. Enfin, la finale, la première.
Mais c'est un malade.
Après il y a le niveau pour. Hein. Toi, tu devais pas y aller toi? Tu devais pas y aller toi?
Enfin je devais aller chercher
Les gars, ils sont combien à Marseille car ils ont un match aujourd'hui? Les gars?
Mais Paris c'est en train de rouler sur tout le monde hein.
Ouais 5-2.
Neymar ils sont doublés.
Ouais les gars 2-2 Chelsea Tottenham. 2-2 Chelsea Tottenham.
And not only that, but maintaining that tight position for so long, it's not like anyone there is really trying to threaten them. They've also been getting some pretty favorable zones as is. They're not really having to move as heavily outwards from...
Les gars, vous allez regarder Real Madrid à 16h.
Non.
I don't really see them ever losing the capability to keep that because their storm surge.
Quand j'ai vu, il y a eu match nul.
Les gars, c'est moi ou Marseille il est 0-0? Marseille 0-0.
Moi je suis pour Brest moi.
Ouais, moi aussi, car il y a un Marocain là-bas. Car il y a un Marocain là-bas. Non, moi je suis pour Brest, il y a un Marocain et il y a un Algérien. Belaïli et le Marocain Dari. Et Marocain, tu sais.
Daddy?
Non, c'est Dari. Dari. Ashraf Dari.
We have now
Je peux
hit the
m'offrir un skin,
double
j'ai tout
digits
fait.
when it comes to
Oh les
games,
gars.
and for the players that signifies.
On n'est pas c'est pas la Croix-Rouge ici, hein. C'est pas la Croix-Rouge ici.
Bah, c'est du cœur.
On n'est pas Elon Musk, frérot.
C'est ça.
Hein? Ça.
Tu prends la fusée ou le skin?
Allez, Podasai.
If they want to pick up
Allez,
that
4-0.
ground, but it makes it that much more interesting. These top duos, some of them have these early game kind of risky situations. Let's see what happens. Let's get into the 10th match. I'm excited, Levin.
I am super excited, and I know all the people watching are as well. But I'm even more excited to see what will happen off spawn. As always, who will it be victorious in these battles? We saw here at the Rave Cave earlier, Thomas and Trippin had their fair share of struggles. Will that happen again? It doesn't seem like it forced.
Allez, faut que ça y soit.
Ils sont devant, ils sont devant, ils sont devant, ils sont devant.
This is me, 11-2K right now, calling to all the teams playing in the finals.
Ils switch qu'à NPM.
Non, 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 non.
Oh,
what? Oh, un truc
Oh là là, ce qu'il lui a mis. 4-0. 4-0. Je veux rien savoir. 4-0.
Does that make it 5-5, Levin? Are we tied right now?
Yo, Naiteko. Wesh. Eh, Janice, dégagez de là, wesh.
This is crazy.
4-0.
Trulex, Chico, and Rocky Reels as well. They've had some early game engagement.
Ça va et toi, Naiteko? Comment ça va? KZR, ils sont morts?
It's been crazy.
KZR, il est mort ou j'ai rêvé? Je crois que KZR est mort.
I am lost for words about what we are seeing here. Yesterday, when Taser and Chapix 4-0'd Podasai next week, the whole world watched and thought, wow, that's crazy.
Manes sont bien en point.
And now today, we're seeing just the complete reverse happen. And so, based off of that, should we be expecting, you know, Taser and Chapix to win the next game, and then Podasai and Squeeze to do it in game 6? I feel like that's clearly what's going to happen if we're basing it off of yesterday, but wow, this is an off-spawn battle of the ages.
Look, I'm curious what happened, right? From Payson and Chapix being 5-1 to now being tied, did Podasai and X-Squeeze change something?
C'est moi qui l'ai entré.
Much you can change. The nature of this battle is it's very 50-50. It's about who lands first and who's able to get the right weapons in the right places and who hits the shots needed. And so, as much as yes, you can put in extra practice into, you know, your drops. I know Tactics and Jason specifically were doing a lot of drop practice, even missing other tournaments in an attempt to practice their drops. Ultimately, it is so 50-50 that, yeah, this is sort of bound to happen.
EMOTE qui gagne un fight pour la première fois de sa vie.
Fremont and Fakey though, they've got the other side of the blade in this match. Last one going to Vortex and High Chris. Now it's a quick kick from Fremont, quick box taking down High Chris.
EMOTE sait tenir des fights. Il a 2 viens, non?
That he was able to come out on the other side of.
Fremont's a monster. Yeah. Fremont is. I'm still waiting for a game where Fremont just pops off in endgame. I'm missing it, man. I miss the days where we got to see that more often. It's the kind of entertainment we want here in EU. But the Rays, Gabe, Trippin and Thomas are together, both alive.
Imaginez ça de game swap. Pas qu'on perde.
Rasmo.
Ouais.
Au
moins une pub.
This is a team who you predicted to win the whole
je fasse une pub.
Ouais.
Ok, attends.
Performance anybody would. Happy to see them rising back up the standings now.
Attends, split, je fais un truc.
They're more a top 5 duo in my mind, but I thought this would be the one they take home. We'll see if they can change something up in these last matches.
Bonjour à tous, attention, bienvenue sur la chaîne de Razomo. Attends. Mais vas-y. Ouais, attention, aujourd'hui je vous propose d'aller vous abonner. Attends, c'est quoi pour ton Twitch?
Baka. Baka.
Ouais, le Rasmo.
C'est quoi ton Twitch?
Ouais. S, tiré du pas rapido. Mais au pire, je peux t'envoyer le lien. Envoyer le lien.
Vas-y, va mettre le lien.
Ok. Eh mec, tu sais, sur ma console, du coup, je peux live en 1080p. Ça c'est très bien même. Attends, mais attends, je sais plus comment on fait. Comment on prend le lien? Ah oui, c'est bon. Ah, Rasmo vous suit. Mais c'est bon, tu t'es abonné?
Bah oui.
C'est
pour les autres.
Partager. Attends, je prends le lien. Partager. Copier.
Oh, Vico. Vico qui va. Ah non. Ouh, chat.
Ouh.
Ouh. Oh, il l'a calmé.
Oh, putain, c'est plus calme de seul.
Ah, il l'a calmé. Avec la barre, tu viens de lui mettre. Hein.
Si, j'ai vu 36-24.
Ouais. Et mes gobelets. Et comment ça, mes gobelets sont dans mon placard? Ah. Bon, Baka et Ziad, moi je vais y aller. Vous pouvez gérer mon live et tout ou pas?
Ouais, tranquille, moi je suis là. Mais après, moi, faudrait que je vais manger après.
Ouais, t'inquiète. Comme ça, après, tout à l'heure, puis on faut les. Vas-y, merci.
Les gars, n'hésitez pas à les venir sur mon live, j'ai mis le lien. Oh, X, oui, j'ai tué des personnes.
They have so much map control, but that's the ultimate goal in the earlier stages, to gain map control.
What's good is for this match, the zone has pulled more north. It is first zone, so things can change, but so far, it's a north pull. So for Queasy and Vino, being on top of that shifty hill, it's going to be an amazing position, especially when these players start rotating deeper into the zone and crossing their line of sight up above. It's like Ardor might do shortly. He has lost Mixon. His duo partner's down. He has to make something happen.
That's the thing. If you're Queasy and Vino, with how north the zone has pulled, you can very much anticipate a double pull towards the north, right? So they're just going to be able to just take shots at people. You can see the Stash postured up towards the north there. He has a line of sight on this battle. So if they do expose themselves, Might have him taking shots at their corner. But suis though and Podosite, they were actually able to pick up another limb, add it to their collection of Taysom and Chappies. What a collection that is, by the way.
I wonder how many more eliminations they have than Taysom and Chappies. The majority of their backpack. As now, with that zone pulling north, these players who are more south have a long ways to go. But for Skrokia and Kylie, they're close. And without too many duos surrounding them, could be a positive or a negative, depending on how much damage they have and what they need. But a free rotate can be nice.
Yeah, they won't be too contested out here. Not many players in the vicinity. And that's what they need. We've seen this team when they're playing on a congested side of zone with so many players around them. Their decision making hasn't been up to scratch at times. So there aren't too many players to give them issues. It allows them an easier passage towards getting to the end game.
Showing Ziandi now. Boxed up in the center of the map by Loot Lake. But with just 20 seconds left, I'm curious to see where the second zone pulls. Will it be a double far pull up north in the mountainous area? Or will we have that contrary pull as it goes back down south? These players, some of them who are already positioned in, will be thinking about it and depending on it.
There's no way this.
You don't think so?
It's going north.
Chat,
Come on.
is it going to pull up? It does. The double far pull. Levin knows it. Close to that logjam Lotus. And for those duos that are already based up there, you know they're feeling happy.
Of course, that's part of playing, right? When you are a player, when you play so many scrims, so many practice games, so many tournaments, you start getting familiar with zones, right? You start recognizing zones that you've played before, and oftentimes you want to have plans for each one. It'll be interesting to see what Hennemis and Savage do, whether they have a plan for this zone. Right now, it is just to move towards Shifty and get their wood up. Along the way, there are some players causing them issues.
Issues that aren't too troublesome currently, as Hen looking to take some pop shots on Podosai X Suisse. With the Shifty Shaft duos finding those opportunities to take shots onto Hen. Hen, you got to build a bit quicker there. He's been cracked down to 50, forced to pop a flopper. Now, gonna have to use those remaining shields. He has some minis, some splashes. Although I don't know if it would be worth it to use splashes here. Hopefully you can conserve them. As Arter now still without Mixon. He did go down earlier, and he's continuing.
Yeah, it's interesting. This team's been doing really well, but of course here, with Mixon being down, it's a bit of a concern. We actually have Minimine on the sidelines to give us a quick update. What's going on with this team, Mini?
Well, Levin, they've started off really, really well. I want to dissect why that could be. Of course, we see Artur landing really, really north, really, really far away from Mixon. And this is just allowing him to get so much extra loot. We'll be able to see in a second how good his loot is. Just as a solo coming out of this drop spot gives him so much extra sort of real estate on the whole area. We can see Mixon landing towards the sort of southern side of that as well. But Mixon goes to this little area, you know, the North Loot Lake area, decides to box up, thinks, okay, this is great, but look at his loadout. This is what ultimately caused him to go down. There's a player that pushes him, and of course that DMR inside of the box, it's not going to do any good for you. So unfortunately for Mixon, he did go down, and again, they were very, very split. So now, as we see, of course, Artur as a solo, we do see him getting some tags, but is it going to be enough? Will he be able to get the reboot off? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, but it's interesting to see those temporary weapons and what they can cause. But Rabab now happy with that quick elim, but based on where he is in the zone, he's got a long ways to go.
A long, long distance to cover. Well, it's one he'll have to make, right? If you say it like he has a choice. Oh, I don't want to go zone today. No, I'm fine. I'll
stay inside.
I'll stay in the storm.
Cherry and Peshawar, though.
Vico qui en fight.
But they're a hungry duo that's in the storm. Vico popping some bandages. He has a lot of heals here to recuperate the HP. It could give him that advantage in this fight, which allows him to play it slower without worries of going down to the storm. But the issue is, even if they come out on top here, the zone's closing second after second. And Cherry, Kuchawa, they've realized this. They have the advantage of the 1 versus 2, but they don't want to risk going down after on
Ouais.
back to zone.
Ça se passe quoi, les VIENS?
Bah, pour l'instant, ça va tranquille.
Est-ce que il y avait des games? Fin de zone? Qui a gagné? Qui a gagné?
L'autre boy, je crois. L'autre boy.
L'autre boy qui?
Je sais que c'était un l'autre boy, mais je sais plus c'est qui.
Ah ouais. Toi, je vais voir sur mon tracker.
Mais t'étais là quand ils ont gagné, non?
Non, j'étais parti faire un truc.
Janice and Vidal, how they've approached it, right? They're all the way south in Greasy Grove. They found themselves in what is a nice position and they're dealing good amounts of damage at the expense, of course, of eye drop. But they don't care. They'll keep on moving. Thomas and Trippin, though, obviously, we know they're
Il est parti?
Last game was a bit of a setback.
Et quand il va revenir?
Back in this one, there is still a chance for
Il est parti manger, c'est ça?
Ouais, ouais.
Ah, ok.
Ah, il va mourir, là.
Maintenant, je dois gérer ça en live.
Sneezy, il est mort.
Ah, coup dur pour Sneezy. Est-ce que tu joues à FIFA, toi?
Non.
Mais t'as FIFA?
Ouais.
Sur PC?
Non, non.
Sur quoi?
Xbox Series S.
Est-ce que tu sais comment faire, comment jouer sur FIFA sur PC? Car je sais pas, je l'ai acheté sur Steam, je l'ai acheté sur EA, mais ça va pas, ça veut pas connecter ma manette et tout. Tu sais comment faire?
Tu peux pas sur YouTube ou quoi? Y a pas des tutos?
Mais il y a des tutos, après ça marche même pas. Si tu sais pas,
tu peux pas connecter la manette en Bluetooth?
Non, non, non. En Bluetooth, moi ça marche pas. Moi je pense que je vais pas regarder maintenant les VIENS, ça me casse. Ça fait combien d'heures je suis en live? Ça fait 1h55 je suis en live.
Getting a huge impact frag. Gonna permit them to have the freedom to not have to do too much damage moving forward.
On paye une coupe aujourd'hui?
Non. Capped on chug splashes.
Une coupe demain.
Everything you want in a late game. Being in the second place spot, this could be what permits them to take that crown and put it on their head.
J'ai même pas vu la boutique. Parce que la boutique elle est bien.
All these players that are at the top.
Yeah, for Pink and Nas, they've done a great job of sort of holding this position. But there's not been much of that surge into that top 1 contention.
Destruit Skaden, c'est mort.
Jure.
Ouais.
Par qui?
Par attends, bah là ils ont levé.
On va arrêter le live.
En tout cas, c'est sur faire une vidéo.
Wiping teams out as they please. And another game where they are set up to do just exactly that.
What I love to see is when Merstash and Malibuka, they're in the
Les
zone.
boucas sont deuxième là.
They already have damage. Looking for more. They know how confident the duo they are, and when they see a chance to, especially if it's a solo, or they get that entry possibility, you see them continuing with their aggression. And for Tripper and Thomas, they had a rough start, but it looks like they've been able to make a comeback, because you can't get those comebacks without a setback. So now Tripper and Thomas, almost 1,000 above. They have a long ways to go for zone, but with the loot, with the resources they have, if they're able to pick the right path, they could be able to do just that.
Joe and Ziandi have fallen a bit in the standings, just one place. We saw them in second earlier. And that was taken out of their hands, ripped away from them. But can they snatch it back? That will be the question. They're not doing too good when it comes to surge. They need to do a bit more damage. And a 93 above certainly is opportunities for that. Canyon City now actually in the top 10. Who would have thought?
Slowly but surely, Levin. This is what I like to see. 2 games after this left for this duo. If they can have a strong match now, this could be the start to day 2 Canyon City. We're used to seeing them perform incredibly strong in day 1 and not as strong in day 2, but it could be opposite day. Could be the time for them to make something happen. But switching over to Mr. Savage and Hen, they're running pretty low on resources and loot.
Janice and Badil down below on surge. Is this something I expected to see? Certainly not. Not one all. Thomas and Trippin up above surge is something I do expect to see, and getting a zone pull as well. Oh my, oh my. Oof. The Fortnite Lords are favoring the Danes right now.
Chips, si tu fais quelqu'un, Louise.
They have the same fortune, but will they capitalize on it? They're so fortunate. There was a team taken out there that meant that they actually go above surge even without having to deal damage. So again, a bit of luck going their way, but that's what you need sometimes to win big events. Even with all their skill, all their preparation, they need a couple things to go their way, and they are right now. But can they now take advantage of that?
I don't know if it's the green striker shotgun in their inventory giving them the luck, but with the zone pull, with the storm surge luck, hopefully they can capitalize on that. As now the zone begins to close, the players have to make it into that half in, half out. So much vision onto the ones, especially who rotate first, as now Hen might have just been cut off here. Savage is forced to help his duo partner out, but he gets picked off now. It's all up to Hen. This could be some quick presence for Merstash and Malibuga. They continue though. Kylie and his duo partner are the ones to secure Hen and Mr. Savage. They don't want to do anything risky. They have the damage, they have the loot, and for the positioning, I saw Pink and Nos, I saw Walks Revolve. They're looking
240 ils ont vendu.
For that high elevation. And Joe and Ziandi, they're looking for something else. They're down below. They're staying aware. And now with just 5 seconds left until that 6th zone. First moving. Will Ziandi be able to find an opening? No, but the zone does pull back. This is good for this duo.
This is actually incredibly good for them, because when you look at what they were working with by way of materials, anything that can save them a couple mats here and there will go a long, long way. For Nas and Pink though, I did say earlier, are they going to start playing high? It's something that they wanted to do, and maybe this might be the chance. They're the only ones that have built up for it. Oh no, there is a team across there. So they do have to have the zone pull, and so they will start to build across. If they want to hold height, the opportunity
solo.
This could be their matchup above, and Merstash has gone down. Malibuga once again forced to do it alone. It was Walks and Revolve on the opposite height. Will they be able to take the battle against Pink and Anas, or Pink and Anas to be able to maintain it? Malibuga continues running through, but he gets surprised with a player in front of him, and now he's gonna spend some time in the back of the zone. He does have the chug splashes he can use. Storm damage, but this is bad. If he spends too much time here, he's gonna get into zone without a lot of loot. He's gonna have players looking at him, and with just 4 chug splashes left, it's getting more and more dangerous.
He will get into zone, but at what cost? Look at what he's working with in HP. He is not too far away from being sent right back to the lobby. And these last couple chug splashes will go a long way for him if he chooses to use them. But right now, just opting to run into the zone and find a good position. And then finally, but this is a surprise. A surprise.
Camille, c'était dans le high.
First to the FNCS final, maybe. Setting and currently hold high ground. And what a game to do it. Here in number 10, they hold the keys, but need to be careful because Queasy and Benno at the front side, or at least Queasy is, and he's looking up.
But Malibuka is also surprising me here. Well, honestly, it's not much of a surprise. We know how dominant this player is, clutching it alone. And now for Shannon, who's been dropped down to second place, he's also playing it alone, getting picked by Storm Surge. An incredible amount of damage below the Storm Surge threshold. Only one more mini left. This is dangerous.
He's fine though, because players have gone down. He just needs to focus on staying alive right now. So many players going down. Pandemonium across the lobby. Joe and Ziandi have done so brilliantly to take a lot of players out, some of their biggest competitors, and now it's going to be about trying to do that again as Janice is lurking around. Can they find him and secure that? King and Anas finally are taken now. It's Bevies who will do it, but Queasy quickly trading in that regard. Thomas and Trippin still remain up in this game.
They're looking strong, but they're getting cut off here in the storm. You have to hit your edges now. The grapple gloves come through. Seti and Cammy still up above. We're not used to seeing them this high in the sky, but they are dominating it as Joe gets cracked. Well, now Ziandi left alone for Greasy. Another player that's alone is going to do a med kit play. He wants to recuperate his HP. He has the resources to do so. And for Thomas and Tripperin, they're continuing strong.
Thomas and Tripperin down below in their element. Start hitting some big shots. 3 eliminations and looking to add a couple. So much fighting happening in the back of the storm.
Excuse Pablo. Parce qu'il meurt. Oui, il meurt de tempête. Wesh. Chief toujours en vie. Nice.
Gets the second one, but can he get the finish? He needs it. He gets the siphon. Thomas still up, and now it's Paso. It's Thomas down below in the dirt, and Seti and Cammy just waiting to get that crown.
Seti and Cammy hold the prime position. There is no better place to be in this game than where they are right now. Both of their opponents just trying to heal off, but eventually they will fall, and Seti and Cammy will rise. This is perfect for the Polish boys.
It's
about what has been a big comeback, awful in day 1, but here in day 2, they are looking much better.
It's opposite day 11. Seti and Cammy are looking to make something happen in the second day, playing on the high ground and doing it perfectly. They have those grapple gloves. They saw the chance, the opportunity. They capitalized on it, and it got them the victory royale.
This has been something we have talked about in EU competitive Fortnite for so long. This is a team that has shown in the past they are elite in mid and low. Could they do it on height? They never seem to want it. But this season, they started getting coached by the one and only Bladex, and finally started looking up to the skies. And now they're doing this here in the biggest stage, the hardest lobby in the world. And they're winning games doing it. Cammy and Seti win game 10 from height.
The lights are shining brighter. Pushed up to 8th place. They got themselves to the top 10 for once. And now it's giving them a bit more confidence. There's still 2 matches to be played out. This could be an opportunity for them.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a huge game, not just for the standards, but for the confidence. They've needed this kind of performance, and they're going to need a couple more. There are still 2 games left, so while we take a quick little break, we're going to send it to Zeke, Taco, and Reese.
The penultimate game here on the horizon. But in game 10, Cammy and Seti finally get themselves a win. They break in at top 10, and now, Reese, I mean, they have to, maybe first place a little too far, but top 5, that's sounding extremely reasonable.
They don't want a top 5. Cammy and Seti won a first place, but with 2 games left, I think like the point disparity is just going to be too much.
It's just going to boil down to how many elims they're able to accrue throughout these final 2 matches, on top of being able to replicate maybe some more Victory Royale finishes, because I love this gameplay from them, completely controlling the high ground. Peak and also, I think we saw at one point trying to contest, but they just weren't able to actually stick around on top. And I think a lot of this is just testament to the fact that Cammy and Seti just pushed everyone back.
They did indeed. And what's interesting is the fact that, you know, you're talking about they need 2 big Elan games to come off. I mean, they had 6 or 7, I think actually 7 games in a row where they had 0 eliminations. So, I mean, for them to pick up 2 massive high elimination games in the last 2, may be kind of unlikely.
We'll have to see, but here's a look at our standings. So remember, keep it in the back of your mind, we have 2 games left to go. It's extremely close, man. Vidil and Janice, Merstash and Malibuka, they're your first and second place teams. They just keep doing this little dance thing. You know, they pull ahead, then they go down. There's the other team, Vidil and Janice, they're allowed to pull back ahead because Janice is just solo clutching, keeping himself alive. This is going to go down. This is going to be a nail-biter, man.
It'll go down to the final game, game number 12, undoubtedly between the 2 of them. Both have 2 wins, both have the same amount of Elam, both have the same amount of placement points. Like, the way that they're playing is so close. Actually, I just want to highlight, that's what I was talking about. 14 Elams, 30, 14, 28, 28. You know, that's how just little they've been fragging out.
Well, I have to also point out the fact that Joe and Andy, I mean, we saw them actually duking out with the first and second place duos, but more importantly is the fact that Joe and Andy, the fact that they eliminated one of those top 2 duos. That's, I believe it was Vidil and Giannis. It got a little bit hectic there, but more importantly, that was actually a saving grace here for Queasy and Benno. That actually helped Queasy and Benno to overtake Joe and Andy, despite the fact that they were the ones stealing one of the top duos.
I know, and what's really interesting, actually looking at the points where Queasy, Vino, and Joe and Andy are, it's like if either Mustache, Malibuka, Vidil, and Janice go down early in the next game, they've caught up. They're in that contention for first. So for, you know, guys, I also want to look at like Tripper and Thomas HD, for example. Like, obviously, they're doing super well. But now we want to go to the Vidil and Janice. This is where they're struggling. 393 below the Storm Surge.
This is without a doubt probably the worst game that we have seen for them in terms of their surge management. And honestly, I think a lot of that's just attributed to the fact that there was just so much congestion inside of those moving zones and going up and down the hills. It's just so problematic to actually try and maintain any sort of mid-ground control when you're constantly trying to also scurry upwards. They were struggling, I think, as well with their materials, and so when you add all these factors together, it just makes it so problematic to actually stay on top.
They've done it, and that was one of the games that was so interesting. I think when either 2 games ago, pretty much the exact same zone. However, they came with cap max, tons above surge. So that game obviously not coming out so perfect for them.
Yeah, and I actually want to double back to Thomas HD and Tripper. And so for you all at home, remember, if a duo goes down, they're kind of like frozen in time, right? They can't accrue more points. For this duo, if they just keep up that consistency factor, we see those top 5, top 6 go down, they could very well make it into top 5.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And again, I want to see it. Thomas HD's had the most amount of top 5 finishes in the FNCS finals without winning one. 6 to date. And right now, he's looking to get a 7th, which is unfortunate because we want to see Thomas win. He's a caliber of a player that not only could win, should win an FNCS.
But I love that Elam that he managed to find there on Krusty at the very end, because that is really what ensured that he was actually able to finish in that 2nd place position. And they needed that because right now every single point counts. They broke the 200 threshold. That's the most important part because it's not impossible if they are able, if we're able to see Giannis, Mustache, Malibuka actually fall early. Some of these teams in the more late kind of placements actually look for those aggressive challenges because they might not be in contention for top 5, but they'll make sure that these other teams aren't either.
Yeah, look, I would look at Malibuka Mustache. We're going to roll some clips, but I want to ask you 2 a question. I want to see what goes on here. What do you think is going to happen? 2 points between the 2 of them. Give me your predictions for the top 2 teams and what's going to happen.
Jones and Andy are going to take over.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay, I think Malibuka Mustache could actually overtake Vidil and Genesis.
Okay.
And I say that because I passed the first time now, and my prediction was.
All right, okay, so selfish pick. I like it.
But they're going to tunnel too much on each other. I think at this point, Malibuka, Mustache, Giannis, Vidil, they are starting to, it's hard not to hyperfixate on your direct competition, and I think that's really the threshold where we'll start to see Queasy and Benno or potentially Joe and Andy. I'm really, it's hard not to pull for Joe and Andy with some of the highlights that we've been seeing from these two.
Okay, my one quickly. Malibuka Mustache win a game, but Vidil wins a one.
Oh, okay, so we have kind of a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything, highs, lows, that's my guess.
All right, I love to see it. This is it, the pen ultimate game, which means we have only 2 left. Oh my god, man, the action's about to crank itself way up there. This is game 11 of the FNCS Finals.
Game 11. Belle vidéo.
You said it yourself, Zeke. Just 2 games left. The leaderboard has been stabilized, and we have an idea of which are the top teams. But the question is, who's going to be able to take it home? The battle bus is ready. The players are dropping in.
Bon.
The stage is set, and so much is waiting to happen.
There are a lot of battles we are eagerly waiting to see conclude. And what a better time than now?
Hey, is it?
As all these players do everything they can to win in these last couple. It's very, very important that you don't slip up now. There's not many opportunities after this one. But who will do it at North Loot Lake? Suis has landed first again. And so Chapix and Tayson start off on the back foot. Tayson's already fallen, and Chapix might be following, but Malabuka Mustache from way downtown coming in clutch for Chapix, it seems. It's on our opponent's side versus Chapix, and finally Chapix and Tayson win. The assist from Malabuka Mustache though, inadvertently. Oh dearie me, 4-1 on the day. And literally a reverse of what we saw yesterday.
The absolute opposite from yesterday. 5-6 all throughout both days. Mustache, Malabuka, you said it yourself, Levin. The third party came through, and Tayson and Chapix did as well. You know, I'm curious to see, Levin, now. They've been knocked out of the spawn every game today except for this one. Is this one game they're getting to play out? Or are they going to make it a big one?
You gotta hope so, right? They don't really have much of a choice. They've literally not been allowed to play 4 of the 6 games today. When you get a chance, you better take it.
For Keziks and Forziar, though, didn't give their opponents much of a chance at all.
Yeah, Chicho and Trulex really struggled here at Rocky Rails, which is unfortunate. They were the Rocky owners coming into the FNCS final, but I think ownership has been forcefully taken over by Forziar and Keziks.
And also for Fico and Jackson. Fico's been left alone as Jackson has gone down. Happened so quickly, but a duo we've been keeping our eyes on as well is Tripper and Thomas. They've had issues in the early game, but now with 2 more matches left, they want to set themselves up for the 12th match of the day in a way where they can take home a good piece of the prize.
It's so sad, but I just know they're going to finish third. It's just written in the stars. They're going to finish third again. Like, make sure to come back to this, because it is going to happen. It's so obvious with these guys. The script is there.
I wouldn't be surprised. We know Tripper and Thomas. But a third's better than a 6th place. And they still have a lot of work to do, even if they want that. Let's see a replay of some elims here from Fakey and Fremont. Down in the Reality Falls. This engagement against High Chris and Vortex, it's been going on for it feels like centuries. And in this case, I was going to say, it looks like it's going to Fakey and Fremont, and it does. Vortex was so low that it did go down there.
Another game where it goes to those two. We saw that last game as well. And so for High Chris and Vortex, going into that final game, game 12, you'd hate to have to go down again. They have to make it count in that last one. But again, literally we'll only have one more chance in this FNCS final.
We just saw Seti and Cammy on the screen, and that's an interesting fact. I mean, the elims they got from the last match with the VR was the same amount as all the other matches combined. I mean, it's impressive that they're in the top 10 right now. It shows that even if they don't get a lot of elims, the consistency, even in the worst scenarios, it's there. And if they can finish just as strong as they did in the last match for the rest of these matches today, it would be impressive.
It does make you wonder what would have happened if they didn't have some of the off-spawn struggles they had in day one. And again, that is, maybe something for another day. Let's focus on the here and now. What is the reality? That is Karma and Jackpo up against ADN and Hardfind once again in a battle that has been so consistent, so relentless, and seemingly not too beneficial for either team. But at the end of the day, with not many games left, they'll just be wanting to get the one-up on each other.
But remember, every single placement takes a piece of the prize. So you always want to do your best here. Even if you're in 29th, you can still bump yourself up the leaderboard, and it can be a bit more of that prize money, of that pride. As now ADN has been taken out. Japco Karma with the upper hand now. Hard find left alone. He continues to play it slow. You see him up above, but the sprint comes through. Disengagement. As now Lucia and Frizzy are in a position where they can't make a disengagement. Not yet. JJ too close by. Low shield. One big shot could be enough to grant Lucia and Frizzy that chance to keep pushing forwards. They recuperate their missing HP with the Chug Splash. Being in the Sleepy Sounds, you can see at the bottom right on the minimap. There's a couple duos close by, but it doesn't seem like the eyes are on their fight. For Joe and Ziandi, though, it's pure tranquility.
The third place team here. They've rotated quite a distance already, getting out of that synapse area rather swiftly, using those rifts that they have available to them. Now as they head towards this tilted area, what will they find? Will Mr. Savage and Henby lurking about? We've seen them hang around tilted quite a long time in some of these games. Will they maybe find Vico and Jackson somewhere nearby? If they go further north to the Shifty Shaft, they will find Vino waiting on this hill that he does every single game the zone pulls north. And just a reminder, it's another north game. So, again,
will it double up though this time, Levin? Will it double up again? Will it triple up like it did in the last one?
It's definitely going to pull north again. That's a spoiler alert for you. But if it will get a triple pull or not, I'm not sure. It's always hard to predict the triple pulls, but definitely going to pull north again. Mark my words.
You got the 11-2K guarantee on that one.
Of course, that is the 11-2K guarantee, 100%.
All right. I'll go back to that. If it doesn't pull north twice, Levin, I'm just saying. But Rico is going to go back to having a duo partner as he picks up Jackson. He lost him early on. Reboot comes in as now in the Greasy Grove. That's not as north as you'd like to be with the zone. Saw some shots come in too, so there are some duos down there. But a duo that came from the Greasy Grove, Janice Vidil, already at the Rave Cave. Almost full materials, only have used up that wood to rotate. They have the shield, they have the ammunition, and they're ready.
They love to come towards this sort of northwest side. It's one of their favorite places to rotate via. Ooh, JJ, okay. Ooh. Made that SMG work, my friend.
Good job, good job. Mr. Savage as well, with an Elam on the board. Still in the Tilted Towers, though. This is a duo that's had some trouble before rotating. But for now, they seem to be playing it a bit sneaky.
Sneaky, for sure. Well, we do have Mini Man on the sidelines here to bring us an update in this penultimate game. Mini, what do you have for us, my friend?
I do indeed. Now, we saw Janice and Vidil going down to Surge in the previous game. This game, they're hoping to make that not happen again. They're trying to get as many tags as they can as possible early on. So we can see them hiding inside of the bushes, getting really, really solid tags. So hopefully they won't be below on Surge. And with that incredible loot that they both have, I think they'll be looking to, put it to good use.
Thank you, Mini Miner. I hope they do put it to good use. And I also hope that Thomas HD can put his mechanics to good use here, because he's going to have to do just that when you're going against two of the titans of the European region, Tayson and Chapix.
These are former teammates going at each other right now, Tayson and Thomas. Who will be the ones to get the best of each other? This is literally some of the best Fortnite players ever battling it out right now. And it looks like Tayson and Chapix are on the hunt for Thomas. They do not want to let him survive. And they're going to keep on breaking through all these builds as they go about. But he will use the porta potty to get away. And they will chase. Interesting. Okay, so they're going right at it. They're not even scared of a bait. They just want to jump right back in. Maybe that's going to cost them if they're not careful here. But eventually Thomas will get boxed up. Oh my goodness. The Peace Police just called. And they want to take Tayson away. But it's actually not going to be them that gets the elimination. I believe it was Yandy that
I saw
sold
that.
it away in the feed.
I'm wondering how Yandy found the angle. And a 180 from Japix. Perfectly lined up shot. Using those buses, as Reese would say, are the porta potties. Make an escape happen. But the escape wasn't enough. As now Yandy, this is where he got that little elimination from. But oh no, Jackson, your duo partner picked you up. Will you be able to make something happen in the Reality Falls? Zone has pulled north again. 11-2 guarantee. Showing how strong it is. But for T, Chips and Art Skill, this is not good at all, 11. Even if they get an elim here, to make it back to zone, they could use the Reality Falls tree to rotate, but it's gonna be hard.
Oh, for sure. But nothing ever comes easy if it's good, right? So they have to just get on with it. Down that below on Surge, though, is more than a mountain to climb. We'll call it that. Especially with T-Chips and Art Skill here. I don't see a world where this is that possible of a fight to win. He might just have to try and escape. I don't think T-Chips knows where he's gone.
Kind of lost in the zone here.
Yeah, he spotted him now, so at least they know his whereabouts. And he's not got much HP to work with, so you've got to think it's only a matter of time until he falls. He's making it very hard for him, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, Jackson's doing what he wants to right now, and it's make sure that T-Chips and Art Skill have a trouble time.
I like that.
Oh.
I like that.
With the zip line used to break the builds from Jackson. The quick shot coming in. They've got the elimination, but will they be able to make it back to zone? That is the question.
That was cheeky. It did take him a moment to realize he could use the zip line, but once he did, it did pay off.
Thinking of Nos. Looking strong. They could have a bit more materials, but it's not too bad at all. They made it to zone. A lot of players close by in shifty shafts. Looting up what hasn't been looted yet. It's a shield keg, luckily enough. Now 2 in the inventory as they continue to refarm the resources they're missing.
Yeah, it's a big couple of games for these two. A real test of their character and who they are as players. Can they handle this pressure? It's come so close in the past, but never this close to that ultimate prize. Can they hold their nerve, keep their cool? I certainly believe in them. For Veno and Queasy, they currently are second place, and that is huge for this team. The 2 players who have won FNCSs this year in the lobby, currently playing together this season. And even though they've had a couple hiccups across the past 11 games, they've made it count when necessary. And that's why they sit so close behind.
They're getting great zones too. 2 north pulls towards Queasy and Veno when their opponents tied up there. Well, not tied, but very close to first place on the edge. Having to rotate from Greasy Grove all the way up 2 zones in a row where Queasy and Veno get to play on the Shifty Shafts Hill, taking shots at the players rotating. They've been getting the good zones, but are they going to be able to capitalize it more than Janice and Vidil? They're going to try and pop off in these last 2 matches, set themselves up for the last game. Kali and Fastroki, no shields, low HP, on the borderline of Storm Surge. This duo, they're in a dangerous situation.
Dangerous situation indeed. Kylie almost been taken out here. For Strokey is solo as well, but with just 12 HP and only 20 builds to be placed. What can Kylie do to stay in this game? Making use of this building is going to be huge. There is a chest in there as well. Maybe you can give him some loot that will allow him to get that HP back up, but That was very scary for the two. He actually did go down. Kylie gets taken out by Anderlecht. So he wasn't able to survive. And Anderlecht and Stacey will be on their way. They want to get to zone. That's their priority.
Paco and Krusty continuing to wait for the opening. They know that they have players looking to make the rotate, and there it is. Vestroki Kylie gone down. As now we look around the map, the Shifty Shafts Hill up above, reaching the clouds. Players based up all around the hill, and a duo like Seti and Cammy, they're 55 below, but that's not the problem. They're looking to make something happen. Bumped all the way up to 6th place already. From not being in the top 10 throughout the whole tournament almost, to now having a chance to make it into that top 5. It's what they're looking to do.
This duo has had the comeback of the ages, it seems, and they are continuing to make waves in this lobby. Mr. Savage and Hen are falling. Who else is going to be following them? Seemingly a lot of players. Seti actually having to be revived right now. We know they need to get more eliminations, but they can't afford to lose their lives as a result of it.
Uh-oh. No shields for Cammy. Seti, though. Big pot, 2 chug splashes. They are 95 above now. Storm Surge no longer active for this zone, but they need some shields.
And fast.
They continue to rotate through.
Cammy can be a bit more brazen in his
Yeah.
He has to be a bit more careful with every movement he makes.
Thinking of Nos now. They see it. They know the line. They have the vision. And they continue. It seems like they already have a little base of Tart made into zone. Pink. Nice shots coming through on one of each player of the duo. As now they continue to run through. Sprinting into the zone, but they are going to be basing up beside Meristache and Malabuka. We know how confident they are taking those fights, but being the second to last game, they want to get as many points as possible.
Oh dear.
And for Hellfire, who's stuck on the side of the hill, sliding his way down with just 41 HP and no spare shields, now boxed up by his opponent, he goes down.
That is so awkward of a spot to be in for Hellfire. Drops his way into the wrong box. Floris chose the right direction to move into. Unfortunately, he's not going to stay alive for much longer. There were so many players still watching his position and taking shots at him. That's the end of the run for that duo. They still do have one more game, but they go into it with not the best of morales.
Take a replay, though. See what happened from Mr. Savage and Hen. They found a player in the bush. They connected the shots they needed to.
Okay.
But will it be enough for them to continue pushing forwards? As Janice and Nadeal also were able to pick up elimination, and it's unfortunately going to be in Hen. That duo is no longer going to be in this match. But for Seti and Cammy, if they're able to get a refresh, it could be enough to continue that comeback. They see Clown, they see Refsguard, they're close by. They need a couple eliminations, they need a bit of shield, and they're just looking for it.
Mustache goes down in the feed. That's huge for the standings. Malabuka now is left as a solo. This is going to be monumental. If he is not able to stay alive, that is going to be perfect for Janice and Vidil. What can he do? Veno actually going down in the feed as well, and so Queasy is going to be left all alone potentially to try and hold on to the position behind. It's so tight at the top, but both of these teams are struggling. What can Malabuka do? We've seen him with some crazy clutch moments in the past. Picking up the med miss, that's going to be key. It gives him time in the zone. But is he going to be able to stay alive?
Oh, It's dangerous. It's pink. It's a Nos. They're close by. Malabuka, if he was ever going to have a solo clutch like he did in day one, this is the moment where he wants to make it happen. His opponents, who are in second place, they are on the cutoff of getting eliminated. Also playing as a solo, Malabuka has to make the far rotate, though. The zone pulled north, so he has a long ways to go. He has the Shug splashes, the med miss, the shields. But if he gets caught off guard, just a few shots onto him, and he goes down just like Janice did on the feed. This just opens up that much more of an opportunity for this duo to maintain that #1 spot going into the last match.
What is going on right now? Things are getting real intense. Vidil, my friend, you must stay awake. You must make sure you don't go down to Storm. The flopper will be so essential. But hopefully he can stay alive. He can and barely make his way in. He has max materials for the most part, and so that should keep him ticking in this game. But again, all of our top 3 playing as solos right now.
This is dangerous. Fadil popping the big pot, 28 HP. That's 3 ticks to the zone, and he goes down. Here we have the perspectives. Queasy, Malabuka, Fadil. If they've ever practiced solos, this is the time where it has to show that hard work paying off. All of these duos above Storm Surge, it is up to them.
The 2 on the bottom have positions that are a bit more safe. Fadil, on the other hand, had to make a journey. Queasy using the grapple gloves now just to secure his spot, but with the lack of materials, it's going to be real hard. This is a blessing that was needed. But Malabuka, who has fallen, means that there is now space, there is now room. Vidil and Queasy. Vidil to hold on to first, Queasy to now push into second. Both of those players will be ecstatic, but it's more than just being ecstatic. It's about taking players down, and Vidil will take down Guden.
Guden knocked down Queasy, rotating through. He still has a lot of charges in the grapple glove. Vidil picking up that loot from the refresh. He has almost 100 builds to work with. So many resources for Vidil, and on the contrary, Queasy with only two builds to work with, and they're both wood. Queasy needs to find a refresh.
Queasy has to go insane right now. We've seen him hit big shots today. We've seen him put the team on his back at times, but this is a moment that is more than anything he's had to deal with all season long. It is going to take the very best of Queasy to make something happen now. The med miss gives him time to lurk. He spotted some mats as well in the zone. He has eagle eyes.
Vidil, he's looking for more, but he doesn't want to do anything. Wants to use these materials. He cannot go down with mats in his inventory. Joe as well, 3rd place spot. All the top teams as a solo. 272 points on the board. He has shields, he has materials, and up top it's Jurecki, it's eye drop, but I want to keep my eyes on Joe, Queasy. These solos, are they going to be able to clutch it up?
Queasy has done brilliantly to stay alive. Wasn't able to get much more than the siphon materials, and so he is just eagerly waiting to try and capitalize on anybody showing weakness. Vidil, though, he wants to take his destiny into his own hands. He wants to force his way into this box, and that's exactly what it looks like he'll try and do, but he needs to be careful. That is a big shot. Can he hit another one?
Joe got eliminated. Queasy goes down. It's all up to Vidil now in the top 10, 9th place currently. He's clutched the most points so far for his duo, but he can still get more. He has the shields. He's recuperating with the minis. So many players still up. A duo on high ground walks just above him. Vidil, now is the chance.
Vidil showing off his prowess and doing it in style, but eventually Wox will be the one to shut him out and send him back to the lobby. Bevy's still up, 9th place team right now. What can he do in this situation? Looks up to the skies, doesn't spot anybody, but unfortunately he doesn't have the mats for it. Just opting to drop down and looking side by somebody as well. He needs to block his way off, as there are players in the zone. If he's not careful, he could get taken out from behind. Jurecki picking up some shots, picking up in a limb, and this is a game that they've been waiting to play all day long. Up from above, up on high ground, the place where they're most comfortable, and we haven't seen them here. Can they close out the rest of the game?
Aware with 5 alongside JJ2, almost a double-digit elims down below, but Jurecki trying to turn into Jura King here up above, looking to take home this match. They have the positional advantage, but it's a 2 versus 2. It's not going to be easy.
Jurecki iDrop versus JJ2 and Aware, and things are already breaking loose. Juriki has dropped down, and he's connected with the shots as well. JJ2 gets taken out. Aware just has to do everything he can, but will it be enough? He does well to stop iDrop, but iDrop finally recovers and hits a big shot. Finally, iDrop and Juriki showing what they can do in the FNCS final and winning a game from above.
They get the crown, they get the victory royale on the second to last match, but my eyes, Levin, I want to know what happened up above. So many of the top teams were playing as a solo. The leaderboard has been shaken up, and now going into the last match, it's where it matters most. Is Juriki and iDrop going to be able to push the momentum forwards, or are these top duos going to be able to get that last big match needed to take first place?
Are we going to see a celebration here from Juriki? Nothing, a bit humble. Usually we see him getting up and dancing and whatnot, but in game 11 here, after winning it, finally announcing themselves to the rest of the lobby, they are just happy to get the victory out, and understandably, a very, very good game.
Look, every placement on the leaderboard gets you something. So getting a VR is going to bump them up quite a lot, especially being on the mid-half already. So they are looking to do the same in the last match, but so are those top teams, Levin.
Of course, and as we head into this final game, there is no better people I'd like to hand it over to than Zeke, Taco, and Reese.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. I am so unbelievably stressed right now. We're going to look at the standings in just a little bit, okay? First, I just want to give Juriki a moment in the sun, right? A huge victory royale here in the finals. A victory royale from any duo in the finals is massive. I mean, I'm just finally happy that they can, like Levin was saying, you know, showcase their skill here.
I mean, I think these guys should be a top 10 team. Yeah. Like, these guys should be placing in the top 10. But in all honesty, I think the biggest struggle that they're having is just their surroundings. The amount of players that are around them is pretty minimal. So for them, in terms of trying to get tags and damage, it's just going to take them so long to try and get something that has just not worked out repeatedly, game after game. It's great to see them show up in game number 11, but I wish we'd seen that game after game after game.
I think what also really helped them finding this first placement is the fact that they were actually able to hold on to height for the vast majority of the latter half of this round. And I think that more particularly, iDrop, Juriki, I mean, they've been a relatively silent duo, but this is still silent but deadly. Or excuse me, it's just dangerous.
Go. We are getting excited here as we prepare for the final game. But it's that time. Take a look together. So we're going to spend quite a bit of time here. As much time as we can to kind of break this all down for you. Remember, one game left to go. We turn our attention, Reese, to that top spot now. We can see Vidil and Janice, they're quite a bit ahead.
They are. Let me set the scene of that.
Let's do it.
If you think about Queasy and Vino, and then Joe and Ziandi in third and fourth, right? A victory royale is 32 points.
Yes.
So just with the victory royale, with those two alone, that's still not enough to overtake Vidil and Janice. So essentially, if Vidil and Janice go down early in game number, well, I was going to say 12, the last game, and get 0 points, which is extremely unlikely, you never know, then we may see a win from Queasy, Vino, Joe and Ziandi be able to overtake them on the leaderboards.
See, you say it's unlikely, but have to keep in mind, it's starting to come back to haunt them now. Vidil and Giannis from an earlier round, I believe 2 rounds ago, where they managed to actually fall early on, and it's so unfortunate because that's got to be in the back of their minds. Granted, they're definitely still sitting in that first place position. They have a little bit of a buffer zone, but it's still not enough for them to sit all that comfortable because Joe and Ziandi, I think even Queasy and Vino, we've already seen Queasy and Vino, especially with a 13 elim finish, so it wouldn't surprise me to see any of these 4 top duos actually manage to find a really high elim closer.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, we're looking at third and fourth coming up till first place. What can they do? But let's be real. Let's look at Mustache and Malabuka. They are currently 15 points behind. Now, that is a massive game. Now, my prediction before this coming in was that they're potentially going to win a game. Maybe we could see the final game, game 12, the Mustache Malabuka 10 elimination victory royale clutch win. I mean, I'm all about that.
That would be enough.
I love Vidil and I love Janice, and they are deserving champions if they win, but hey, I'm here for an exciting ending.
It's hard not to factor in Malabuka and Mustache with that finalizing close, because this is a duo we have seen them time and time again. When they get into this stage of a competition, it's almost like it's their exact element that they want to be in the whole way through. And it's also impressive to think about the fact that they actually have top elims here on this first page of the leaderboards, and yet they are still trailing by 15 points. So it kind of just showcases the fact that Vidil and Giannis, they have recognized, even if they're not necessarily overtaking Mustache and Malabuka and elims, they still have 38 to their name, and on top of that, they are just holding on every step of the way. They are being tactical when they find themselves in those solo situations, and I think Vidil and Giannis especially, they've both had moments where they've even found just really impactful refreshes.
Yeah, and I think if you're Vidil and Giannis right now, you're just thinking, right, what do we need to do? They probably need to secure something like 25 points to guarantee it. The Wave Boys, of course, have done so good. That last game from Vidil was absolutely phenomenal. If they end up winning this, Vidil absolutely will be the MVP of this tournament.
But we did see them struggle with Surge. Remember, we saw a game where they were 400 below Surge. So how do we fix that? Like, what do we need to be doing here?
Pray. Firstly, pray to the zone RNG gods that this is not yet again another North Pole. This is like the 4th game today we've seen in this zone, and the only game that was in their drop spot, Greasy Grove, was the game that they got snuck up on and didn't go down and went down early.
Exactly, and not only that, but I think that there is a certain level of paranoia that this duo is going to be operating with, given the fact that it was the 50th place duo that was the duo to actually eliminate early on. So it's just, you don't want to find yourself having to depend on Malabuka and Mustache making a mistake. Vidil and Giannis, they've showcased time and time again that all of those scrimbugs are certainly coming back to help them out.
I think they are, and in all honesty, I think it's Mustache and Malabuka who are preying on the Wave Boys to make a mistake. That's in all honesty what they have to do. I think if Vidil and Giannis get to like a top 5 in an end game, I mean, it's going to be really difficult for Mustache and Malabuka to overtake them unless they just go off and have a little Malabuka Mustache classic.
That's right, and I mean, even if we just look past that top 5, right, for just a moment, someone like Seti and Kemi, right, they could break into that top 5. That would be huge in a difference in prize money, right? So there's so much that we're going to be talking about. Make sure you all at home, as you're watching every single interaction, every time a duo encounters another one, someone falls, that's going to be it. This is one last time here from the FNCS Finals. I'm sweating bullets,
Me too, man. It's not just the temperature, it's the games. We have one more left. Every single time it comes down to game number 12 when there's $300,000 on the line for first place, every single elimination counts. It can be that difference of $100,000 between first and second.
I'm just waiting to see which of these duos might be trying to play spoiler, though, to these top teams that are trying to contest between first and second and third.
Well, this is it. The last ride here in Europe from the Chapter 3, Season 3 FNCS Finals. We hope you're all ready for this. Buckle up! It's Game 12.
Game 12.
The last opportunity here, game number 12. Your last chance to solidify your destiny. Who will it be as we head out of the battle bus already? Players landing. There's no more opportunities after this one.
This is it, Levin. This is literally it, the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's see which duo comes out on top. The battle of the ages. Tayson, Chapix, Podesai X Squeeze as Podesai gets knocked. Tayson and Chapix now the man advantage, and they take down both players. Well done.
Chapix and Tayson versus Podesai and X Squeeze ends 7-5 to Chapix and Tayson after 12 games. I didn't think it would go all 12, but it did. And it's hard to say somebody came out victorious, right? Both teams, you could argue, losing out. Both teams who could have done a lot better on the day had they been uncontested. But sometimes that's just not how the cookie crumbles. For Giannis and Vidil, they'll be very happy about how things have panned out for them.
But will they, Levin? This last match still has to be played out. They are going into the match strong, happy, confident, excited. But so are the players close by. Mustache Malabuka, Queasy, Vino, all of these duos on the borderline of taking that first place spot. If they go down now, if they get eliminated, that's it. It's no more waiting in the lobby. It's the last chance.
Back over towards the butter barn. We've not seen this fight since earlier today, but in the last game, it will go in the favor of Flixie and Frey, and look how much it means to Flixie. I'm sure there was plenty of pain in his voice. They weren't expecting to be contested at butter barn, and unfortunately for them, they were, and it has been very, very difficult for them to deal with.
For a duo that hasn't had difficulty of spawn at all. Wheezy Vino and Jones the Andy now in the Synapse Station as well. But it's more than just the early game for these duos that are uncontested. It's about the late game. 4th place spot for Ziandy and Joe. So much money on the line for this top 5. It could be one elimination that separates you from a placement. You have to do everything in your power to play the best Fortnite you can.
There is no better time than now here in Game 12, the last game, the biggest game of the season. In the most difficult lobby any of these players will play in all season long. Seti and Cammy have done such a fantastic job to right the wrongs of day one. They sat way down below in the standings as we came in today. And now they sit just outside of the top 5. What do we have here? Vortex looks like he's going down in this final game. Reality falls on him, and that is that his FNCS is done. Hydro and Belusi taking them out.
Feeling good. And Pink and Anas probably feeling stressed out right now. 5th place spot. They've been playing very well. Day 1, Demon Pink looking to be awoken again in this last match. Will they be able to?
And this is just the randomest of tidbits here. But when Pink puts on that Booga outfit, it means business. I know this Percy. If he puts on that outfit, it means he's on the hunt. He's ready. Like there's no higher version of Pink and Anas than when they have those outfits on. So
let's see if that's true, 11. Let's see if they can make it happen. As Hen in the feed going down to Vico. It looks like the 2 duos contesting each other in Tilted Towers have had enough and want to have an engagement in this last match, but it's actually been taken out of the POI.
Way out of the POI.
Out of the POI. How did they get over here?
Okay, well, this is interesting, right? Because these are 2 teams who have been landing at Tilted Towers with each other and still running into each other, just not at Tilted Towers, so...
Something's bounding these 2 duos together like a magnet. And Thomas and Tripper, they were making the comeback, but they've had a bit of a setback now in 11th, out of the top 10. With the point range between 11th and being even in the top 7, top 8, they're very close. This could be a big change in what they're able to make if they have a good last game.
Pink and Anas now. They have their eyes set on Kylie and Fastrokey. But will they actually break out into an all-out battle here? It does seem that way right now, the way both of these teams are sort of moving. But is this a fight that's worth it for Pink and Anas? With how high they are in the standings, is this worth risking your tournament? In my humble opinion, I don't think so.
And they don't think so either. This engagement comes through. Kylie and Fastrokey, though, they keep their eyes peeled here, seeing if they can get some free tags as Pink and Anas continue their rotate through.
What do we have here? Oh, dear me. Good and vacant. Oh. Those are my boys from the semi-finals. On this occasion, Hellfire and Flo is making quick work of them. That's the end of this season for Bacon and Gruden. Props to them, though. A team that many wouldn't have even expected to be here in the FNCS final, making an appearance. And even if things haven't quite gone their way, plenty of learning opportunities. And I hope next time round we get to see them again.
I mean, it's an accomplishment just to play in the finals. Someone on fire right now, hellfire after that elimination. Gonna see if he can continue that moving forwards. For Krusty and Paco, they're in the top 10. Big money on the line as they have their tower made in the Coney Crossroads. Their Storm Surge tower to find those tags on the players rotating around. And for Malibuka and Merstash, second place spot, the nerves are on.
Oh dear. It's not going to be an easy game for these two, but if there's any team that can rise to the occasion and handle that pressure, it would be them. I would not be surprised if they did come out this game and just got a victory royale with double-digit elims. That would be so in their fashion.
I mean, reset it. I wouldn't be surprised either as we see a nice rotate from Vidil and Janice here. Along the edge of the zone. Make sure they're playing it safe here. They don't want to get into any trouble. No danger for this duo. Already capped materials. Good loot. They're trying to finish strong.
I'm sorry, but whoever's writing the scripts, you've got to make it a bit less obvious. 3 North zones in a row. 3 back to back to back. And again, I'm sure we'll see a double pull. So, to be fair, Janice and Vidil have loved these zones, and it's because they've done exactly this. They've moved into these positions here in the Northwest. And so, we were talking about how if they have another good game, it's not really going to be possible for anybody to take first place. But I think right now the reality is that they are just going to have another good game.
The last good game is what they're looking for. As all these top teams around the map scattered to the zone. And is it going to double pull for a third time? Back to back to back North zones. Janice and Vidil with their planned route from Greasy Grove up top. And Zandy and Joe now still inside of the zone. It's all on the line.
Perfect zone for Janice and Vidil. But we have so many other top teams in the lobby who all have such major stakes in this game. And so who better to update us on their stakes than Mini Miner? Mini, what is going around at the top of the leaderboard?
The top of the leaderboard, the top of the map, the North Zone. Queasy and Vino will be licking their lips. They're sat all the way up on top of the shifty shafts to get Storm Surge tags. We can see Merstash and Malibuka getting themselves a supply drop as well. So that's a really good thing for them. They can have those armored walls that they give and those chug splashes from the supply drop. So perfect positioning for them. And another team that's in perfect position is, of course, Janice and Vidil. They're using the geysers to rotate to the dead side of zone, the less congested side. They're not taking any risks. They want to hold on to this top spot.
So much on the line for these players. All the top teams prepared, ready to make something happen in the last match. One of them, Seti and Cammy, that's had a great day too so far, pushing themselves up into the top 10. They're quite a ways from the top 2 or 3, but getting into the top 5, it would be an accomplishment for this duo, seeing how they performed on day 1. And for Queasy and Vino, from landing in Shifty Shafts uncontested to having the Shifty Shafts hill and getting 3 back-to-back North zones, I'd be looking to see if they're able to dominate a high ground in this last match and make something happen.
Okay, look, it's way too early to say whether that will be possible for them, but that certainly is what they want to do, what they would have in mind. It's all about making sure all the other dominoes fall into place for them. Juriki and I just coming off of their victory royale up against Nebs and Marine, it seems. 2 very good friends. But unfortunately, neither quite having the kind of finals they would have dreamed of. At least Idrop and Juriki with their victory royale have moved into that top 20. But there is still plenty of work to be done in this last game. But it could be their good friends who are the ones to put an end to their run if this fight does continue.
As it looks like it is. The splashes come through. Nebs and Marine still close by. You can see on the bottom right of the mini-map, there are some players on a hill close by. Seems like a solo too. Not taking a look though. If they see a lot of action go on, it could permit them to have that opening. But for now, The expansion comes through from iDrop, and the aggression comes through from Nebs and Marine. A 44 tag from iDrop. The Chug Splash once again coming through. He wants to stay healthy. Wants to keep the shields at an all-time high. And Nebs and Marine, they're hungry being below. 141, they need a big shot. A refresh would be even better as they're looking for that opening.
Nebs and Marine patiently waiting around these corners, but once they lose patience, Nebs decides to waltz his way on in, and unfortunately for Juriki, he's gone down. Nebs has also followed, and so now Marine versus iDrop, who is down to just a sliver of HP. This could be everything right now. Can iDrop hit the key shot against Marine? It's certainly going to be a hard shot to hit. Marine continuously pressuring on that box and looking to find his way, and he gets a wall. But unfortunately, there's shots coming in from all different sides and angles, and so Marine will fall. iDrop has gotten away with one here. And what a game to get away with one. Nebs and Marine fall. iDrop is still in this one. Whether or not he gets Juriki back up, I'm not sure. But they certainly will survive.
A quick gift for iDrop. But is he going to be able to use that gift to carry on forwards? The reboot will be difficult, but the possibility's there. Bevies has lost Vortexers' 7th place spot. They have a ways to go in the middle of a lake here. The drop comes in. Bevies now in a dangerous 1 versus 2. He gets coned in. He has to take another exit. He does, but is it going to be enough? 1 HP. He goes down. Another elimination on the board. QB Annie. They get a nice refresh.
They put an end to the run for Bevies and Vortexers. That is heartbreaking. If they aren't able to hold on to top 10 now, that is going to be such a sad way to go down. Joensy Andy actually going down. That was the team in 4th place.
Ooh.
This is going to be a very, very interesting finish. They did so well throughout the tournament. In day 1, they looked like the top dogs. But unfortunately, day 2 just hasn't had that same fortune. And so now, Joensy Andy really at the mercy of the rest of the lobby when it comes to their position on the leaderboard. Oh dear.
From 4th place, we'll see where they drop to. But another big duo up top that's put themselves into an engagement against Cami and Seti, 2 of the top duos. Cami has been taken out. Pink and Anos now with an extra elimination on the board. Seti alone to play it out. He's forced to make something happen, but he wants to secure as many points as possible. Is he going to try and disengage? He has 9 shots on the grapple glove, but as he drops down, he looks for more angles. The pressure, it's on.
This is so rough. Cami and Seti, they had such a difficult tournament run, and when things were finally starting to go in their favor, finally starting to look good, it ends in tragedy. Got scared for a second there. Pink went down, but Seti and Cami will fall. 6th place is the most that they were able to achieve, 222 points. Unfortunately for them, I don't think that will be enough. Oh, man.
That was a tough one.
We must continue, though. We must continue. The games go on, and plenty of game to play. Malabuka and Mustache, who currently sit in 2nd with 297 points. Still lagging behind Janice and Vidil a bit. They sit at 312. So a distance to make up, but a distance that they can achieve.
Joe and Ziandi out of this match. Seti Cami out of the match. Wheezy Vino still in. Malibuka Mustache still in. Pink and Off still in, but on the borderline here as they're trying to find an entry. The grapple glove gets used, but Pink now has been cracked. The whole lobby saw that. They know that he's low. The reinforced ramp comes in, and it looks like there's not actually going to be any pressure put onto them.
Pink and Anas are looking really good right now. They obviously have 245, and they have quite the distance in order to catch up to Queasy and Veno. But they certainly can overtake what Joe and Ziandi were at if the cards do fall into the right place. And you can see that's going to start with moments like this, applying pressure to boxes, trying to pick up a limbs along the way.
Using that grapple glove to pick up a bit of resources. They are down to 50 builds. Could be more, especially seeing the long ways that they have to go. You can see their rotate at the bottom right. They have to go all the way to the zone. It's far. But for Queasy and Vino, they're in a great position here, high up, even with a chance of pulling that half-in, half-out zone. As now the shots from Vino. Vino, day 2. Is it going to be the day where you put that crown on your head? As the momentum has to continue forwards. A great position to take some shots, do some damage. And Vino's doing a great job of doing exactly that. You can see it's paid off. 194 above. All these players that had to rotate in now, trying to find a way in, but the ones that rotated early, like Janice and Vidil, the hard work, it's getting paid off now. But it's all about this last match. Game number 12. 5th zone going to be appearing in just 35 seconds. And this zone could be the deciding factor to which duo takes it home.
This is such a big moment. So many of these players have never been in a situation this intense, and it's all congregating around the logjam Lotus. Mustache, Manabuka, they might be starting to feel the pressure, but they can't allow themselves to. They still have such a big task on their hands. Not only do they have to come through and win the game outright, they realistically will have to get a bunch of eliminations along the way, because Janice and Vidil are still alive and kicking in this one.
Mustache hits the shot onto Tayson, cracks him. Chapix as well. No shield to work with, but Mustache, he knows that danger is close. He decides to make the push. They want to pick up that extra loot. They get it. It's chug splashes, it's resources. They've recuperated a lot here, but they don't want to get too aggressive. It's another full duo, full HP, full shield. They cannot get eliminated here, especially after pulling the 5th zone.
Mustache and Manabuka will profit from the loot fruit of Andelex's labor. They take that loot for free, basically. And he's even going to dip back in for more. But that could go a long, long way. That refresh could be everything they needed as we head into the latter stages of this game. For Janice and Vidil, the key is to just hold on. That's all they need to do. Hold on, stay alive. Not too many power plays here, there, and everywhere. Just staying alive will allow them to hold on to first place. 15 points separating them and second place.
I'm getting stressed out just watching this. I don't even want to imagine how Vino and Queasy are feeling right now. Nefrizzi, Lusha up above. Japko, Karma as well. A lot of duos up top. They won it. Where's that 6th zone, that first moving gonna pull? Is it gonna open up the opportunity for Queasy and Vino to not have to make a risky play to maintain the high ground? Or is it gonna pull on the opposite side and cause them to have to make a decision? As Vidil and Janice seem to see something in zone. They're looking for openings, looking for damage, but with this bird's eye view, you can see all the players boxed up, ready. The high ground team's hungry as Pinkin and Nas continue taking shots.
Pinkin and Nas. There's a lot riding on what they do in these moments here. They're looking to drop down eye drop and Juriki. And if maybe they kept spraying, the opportunity would have arisen. Both of those players not working with much eye drop on such low HP as well. I'm not sure if they realize it. If they do, that's a free elim just waiting to happen. But the priority has to be getting to zone. They cannot afford to be tunnel vision on elims. And so they will make their move. And with not many charges left in this grapple glove, they have to choose wisely.
The shots come in. If you looked above, Lucia, Nefrizzi, they did pull that zone. Queasy and Vino decided to take it later, but Queasy, he's so low, he might go down. Vino as well, down to 5 HP. Both players of the duo now one shot away. Vino goes down. It's all up to Queasy as a solo. He pops the minis. He has the grapple glove, but he has to make a rotate. It's the far zone. He gets shot. He gets eliminated out of the match. Now Vidil and Janice holding that #1 spot.
Queasy falls. There was nothing he could really do. There were so many players around him, and he didn't have the HP to rival anybody. For Vidil and Janice, though, these were some huge eliminations. Art skill will fall. That is exactly what Janice and Vidil need if they want to stay in first. This is everything right now, but they are rising to the occasion.
The eyes are Vidil. The eyes are on Vidil and Janice. Merstash, Malibuka. These two duos going head to head, looking to see who's gonna end it with the crown as Vidil continues to tarp through. Zone pulls back to the tree. They have to go backwards. If they have their top already built, this could be huge as Malibuka picks up another elimination, but he goes down as well. Merstash now, it's all up to him. He is playing alone.
Mustache has the weight of the world on his shoulders. There is no more difficult moment for any player in the game. There is never any more pressure than this, but can he handle it? There is a player knocking on his door, trying to get in his box, and he creates enough space to get away. But can he do what it takes to stay and push into first?
He keeps moving forwards. He's on the edge of the zone. He cannot go down right now. If he wants to secure this tournament, he gets an elimination. That's a few more points on the board, but Janice and Vidil, they're still up as a duo. They're still moving through these zones. More than 30 builds on Vidil. Janice as well with some. The chug splashes are here. Everything is on the table.
As long as Mustache keeps pushing, there remains a chance, but with Janice and Vidil doing what they do best, staying together as a compact unit, it will almost become impossible at a stage. Mustache though is trying everything, and he has his eyes set on Snazy. Has to move up a layer though, doesn't have what it takes, needs the wood, needs more builds, not working with much whatsoever. The chug splashes gives him a bit of time to play with, but how much is time really worth to him right now? He needs the limbs and he needs them fast, and it's not gonna happen. Mustache is just down to such low HP. Will he fall? It's looking like it. That is it. He wasn't able to catch them. Vidil and Janice are riding the wave to first place.
Are they gonna be the crowned duo champions? Fortnite Chapter 3, Season 3, Janice and Vidil, they're looking strong.
Lusher, though, up above, gonna try to do everything he can to spoil the party, but with Vidil and Janice looking so strong throughout this whole tournament, let's see what they can do now when they're down to bare bones. No materials left, just their shotguns, but we know what they can do with them. Looking down now, there's opportunities there, there's players scuffed beneath them, but can they hit those shots?
They continue building forwards. They have to be careful, though, as Janice connects one. He gets knocked down. Vidil now playing alone. He has that Elam, but he wants to secure as many points as possible. He wants to show the dominance of this duo. They don't want just the crown. They want to have that crown with the separation as now, with one tick away from Vidil going down. He gets dropped below in the mud, and he continues forward. Still 1 HP on the board, just 6 shields. He is 1 shot away from going down. How long is he gonna be able to stay up? He gets a refresh. Mixon goes down. Another elimination for Vidil. Are you kidding me?
Vidil manages to do it every single time, showing us here. He's a showboat. He doesn't care. They've won the tournament, but he is now just showing why he is revered as one of the best fraggers in all of Fortnite. Continuing to hit shots as well, and eventually will fall. First place is sealed. What is left though? Thomas, Trippin, they've done everything they can to try and move up in the standings, and with Thomas and Ahmedmis left in the zone, will he be able to clutch up a couple more points for his team? That certainly will be the goal. He needs these other players to go down though. The Frizzy, Lusher in a 2v2 against Yusri and Kiduo. Can they win it out? We've not seen much of this team today, but finally now an opportunity to show.
Thomas has gone down to Storm. It is the 2 versus 2. High ground up above with that advantageous position, but they have to make something happen down below. Yusri and Kiduo are in the mud. They're getting the materials, farming up what they can. They need to find an opening, an option to go up, take the engagement, take the battle, and this could be it as Nefrizzi goes down. Lucia now is separated. He's alone. The high ground has been retaken from Yusri, Kiduo, but Kiduo gets knocked. So does Nefrizzi. It's the 1 versus 1. Lucia has to connect the shots, and he does.
Lucia and Nefrizzi will win game 12, but the story we are all focused on right now is Janice and Vidil winning the tournament, and in impressive fashion as well. What a 12 games of Fortnite it has been. Special moments all across the board, but in the final game, not too many surprises it seems. We see High Ground coming in clutch when it mattered. Lusher did so brilliantly here in the final moment. It's hard to hold your nerve in times like these, but he did just exactly that.
Great way to finish. Every placement gets a prize, but thinking of that top half of the leaderboard, it was the Titans going head-to-head. Joe and Ziandi got knocked down early. Pink and Anas got knocked down shortly after, but the ones that were able to keep cool, to stay on top, it was Janice and Vidil.
The German Giants bring it home, and in such a spectacular way, scintillating form all season long and delivering on the biggest stage yet. It's been an absolute pleasure casting these 12 games with you, Takata. What a season it has been, and a brilliant finish. We're going to send it back to the best analysts in the game to break it all down.
11-2K Tokata, thank you so much for an incredible set of games. Fantastic cast from both of you. It's done. Janice and Vidil, they are your Chapter 3 Season 3 champions. Congratulations to them. Just so well fought. Nail biters every single game. We're watching these duos in the back just saying, what's happening? Wait, is this going to happen? Is this going to unfold? Why are they taking that fight? No, go here, go there. Reese, amazing. Amazing.
Down to the last game, down to the wire. I am so impressed with Janice and Vidil's performance. That has been unbelievable. I mean, to be honest with you, Vidil himself, I'm going the wrong team, it doesn't matter. Vidil himself is so impressive through this entire season. DreamHack doing so good in both different days of the event, performing in the qualifiers and semi-finals. Wherever it is, he has come so far. And Janice, now a 3-time FNCS champion, won in solos, duos, and trios. I'm sure they're going to be happy with the cash.
I think it says a lot as well when we know that this duo, it was so unlikely for Vidil to actually win first place of this final round, but it didn't even matter. He put on a show from start to finish. We saw Yanis and Vidil very early on at the start of this round. They made sure to separate from everyone. They wanted to make sure that they were rotating to that north side zone as quickly as possible. They wanted the positioning. They wanted to ensure that they weren't going to be threatened by anybody flanking them from backside or whatever. They just fully ensured. And again, it's ridiculous to me that with 6 shield, 1 HP,
it's a shot.
and a dream, that Vidil still manages to make it happen, finds an insane refresh, and just continues to hold on when he doesn't even need to.
It almost looked accidental, but I know it wasn't. Such a beautiful shot. And I think the most impressive thing that these two have done this season, I think you could put a lot of that down to the IGLing of Janice, is the fact that today, out of the 6 games, 5 of those were north zones. 5 of them. They dropped Greasy Grove, south map, and they rotate completely all the way around the map and have been in a good position in 4 of those. It's really unfortunate almost that the one game that they got snuck up on earlier was the game that they ended up getting a zone on their POI.
Yeah, it probably would have been a little, over a little earlier, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That
It kept it close.
Yeah, that's fair, all right? We like to have the back and forth here, especially in these games. Just absolutely wild. And of course, I mean, I also want to give props to the duels, right? Malapuka and Mustache, they didn't necessarily come in first place, but second place, that's still quite a bit of money, and as well to be able to say, hey, look, we came in second.
Let's see.
Here is a breakdown. I mean, even talking about Queasy and Vino, right? Like, take a look at this prize money. That is absolutely insane. Sure, they didn't come first place, but to be able to be in that top 3, even people like Joe and Ziandi, I'm just so excited for this duo to finally have that moment in the sun.
Absolutely. I mean, I know that all of the teams second, down to 6th, include 9th in there as well, all basically just wanted first. They didn't really care about anything else. And, you know, I'm sure Mustache, Malapuka, some of them will look back and be like, yeah, we played well. But again, all of these people will be back again to try and claim first place. It's not enough sometimes for them.
Without a doubt, and especially, again, have to highlight Joe and Ziandi here. Despite the fact that their round 12 was a little bit of a disappointment, a bit of a heartbreaker for them, even after Yusri and Kiruo were able to play spoiler against them, it still doesn't matter. I think you can feel pretty fantastic about walking away with $120,000.
I'll take it.
If they don't want it.
They don't want it, I'm just saying, I'll have it.
Man, so well fought. And just to, like, once again reiterate, these lobbies are some of these are 50 of the best duos that EU has to offer, right? So for to even any of these duels to make it in that top 10, well fought from every single one of you. I mean, how are you feeling about the whole week, the whole season
I think it's been fantastic, of course, more than anything else. You know, see that some of the top teams battle it out, and it's great to see like a team be crowned like Vidil and Janice on top, who deserve it, who put in the hours, who put in the practice. You know, similarly to Mustache, I mean, every team, the top 5 is a list of the players who basically have just put in the most work this season, and it's been reflected so nicely on the leaderboards.
Vidil especially is often regarded for his obvious passion for competing, but it really just showcases itself that when you put in as much time as they have towards scrims and everything else, prep, the overnight analysis that I'm sure they had to undergo, given the fact that they had such a fantastic day 1, but you wanted to maintain that the whole way through. It's not easy to have that midway break in between a day 1 and a day 2, and they just never stepped off the gas.
And I think props given to Seti and Cami as well. I know they were higher up going into that last game. They were in 6th place, and they dropped down till 9th there, which, you know, unfortunately is a big chunk of money lost out on. But they were 21st, 24th in that range coming into day number 2.
Right.
Bunch of 0 elimination games repeatedly, and at least in the end, they picked up a victorial, they clutched things up a little bit, and obviously flew up into a much more respectable position. Again, similarly, it's not first. They're not going to be happy, but if you look at the score sheet through history time, now it's a single-digit placement number.
It's just something that's a little bit more indicative of what I think a lot of us tend to expect from this duo, because they have so much experience behind their names. And then not only that, but I think that they are also just a duo that understands how to perform under pressure. And granted, I guess we could say the same about any of these duos that we're looking at in this top 10 leaderboards, and even some that weren't able to make it into the top 10. But regardless of the circumstances, also have to keep in mind that Pink and Anas as well, I think that this is without a doubt probably one of the most improved duos that we've seen throughout the season.
No, not even season, the year. This is the most improved season. Now I'm throwing off. The most improved duo that we've seen throughout this entire year. It's been absolutely incredible to see their development across basically from season to season to season.
That's right. We have a great surprise for you all at home. Woo. We have an interview with Vidil, one of the players who just won Chapter 3, Season 3, FNCS Finals. What's going on, Vidil? How you doing, brother?
I feel great. Like, it's insane.
Oh, yeah? All right, so talk me through everything, okay? Because you come into day number 2 strong, first place, and then you end the day in first. What does this mean for you as a player?
I don't know. But, like, we just played it flawless. Like, me and Janice, we had a plan and we just did it, like, the whole time.
That's amazing. Okay. How do you, so here you go, you know, you're playing first, day number 1, comes into day number 2, starts off well. However, Janice gets snuck up on. He gets picked off early. What is going through your head at that moment?
Yeah, like, we screamed. Like, it's unlucky we get camped on, but we win it anyways.
Right.
Well, it worked out.
Was there even a point of realization, though, for you that you guys in that round 12, once you saw, did you by chance see the elim feed and realize that, hey, we've actually got this?
Yeah, like, we saw them dying, and then we just played it out flawless again.
Dude, that's so awesome. I mean, Vidil, for you especially, I feel like some of the community doesn't give you the respect that you deserve, right? And now, with this win, you can officially say, no, I have the Axe of Champions. I am a champion. For you and your career and moving forward, what are you hoping to gain from all this? Like, what does this mean for you? Is this just like a trophy? Are you like, I'm good? Or like, no, this is just motivating you to just go that much farther?
This is like the first time I'm playing 24/7. Like, I go sleep, then I play, and then go sleep again. Like, I did it like for 3 weeks now. And like, this is just a start, I think. So I'm trying to win the next contest as well then.
That's awesome. Does your family know? Have you told them yet what's going down?
Yeah?
Are they excited for you? Do they understand? Are they like freaking out?
Yeah, completely.
Dude, that's so amazing. Congratulations once again to you and Janice.
Thank you.
Go out there, celebrate, raise that Axe of Champions 2.0 high. You have earned it. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, man. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congrats, buddy.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Man, oh man. Huge smiles, not only from Vidil, but from all of us as well. And of course, we got to rejoin our in-game team. My goodness, boys. What a great show. What a great season. How do you feel at the end of it all, Minnie?
Couldn't be more happy. I feel like I've won FNCS with the happiness that I feel right now. I'm so happy for Deal and Janice, of course. As you guys mentioned, the analysts, you know, they were talking about how much work they're putting in, and finally it has paid off. We talked a lot about Janice being quite an emotional player in previous seasons, but today they pulled it back. Even after a bad start in game number 1 of 12, they have done it, and I couldn't be more happy for them. A little bit of a bumpy road for them, but couldn't be more happy.
It's been incredible, though. So much has happened throughout this FNCS, from Payson and Chapix being contested every single game, to Malibuka's solo clutches, Ziandy's 1 versus 3. There's been highlights that I'm never going to forget in this FNCS, and it's been a pleasure. It's been exciting. I mean, I'm speechless.
Honestly, I'm just happy seeing that excitement about it. It's been such a fun ride. Of course, again, congrats to Janice and Vidil cashing in on them scrim bucks, baby. That's what you want. Honestly, I think going into further competitions, I'm really interested to see if they can keep this level, because we know how hard they've worked, and we've seen teams in the past maybe not quite keep, you know, that level after they hit their high. But hopefully this is far from their peak. Hopefully this is just the standard for these guys now.
That's right. I'm sure they're thinking ahead, right? FNCS Invitational, we get ourselves a win. Now we look to compete there in person. If they get a win there, man, like, dude, that's it. Hats off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Of course, they've done well on in-person events already. They've done well online. If, like you mentioned, keeping up that practice, keeping up the grind is what a lot of players struggle with after a win. The motivation sometimes tanks. So if they can keep that up, man, I don't think we're going to be watching something really impressive.
That's right. We have to wrap this up with predictions. So across the season, we like to kind of play the same prediction game, you know, see how things go. And at the end of it all, we give away a prize. Who is prediction royalty? Let's take a look at the results of how all this has gone in the very end of it all. 11-2K! Wow. You are prediction royalty, my boy. Bask in the glow. But, you know, the thing is, Reese, you were also last champion.
I was indeed.
And so we thought it was only fitting to make you immortalize you forever in part of this award. So Reese, I'm just going to show you real quick. You know, there you go. So for you guys at home, 11-2K is prediction royalty. You got himself a little resub there. It's the biggest brain time. And of course, great minds think alike. Congratulations, 11-2K. Prediction royalty.
It means so much to me. I didn't think I had what it took, but I've really worked hard for this. I'm happy. I'd like to thank my mother. All thanks to her. I'd like to thank Reese Hud for just not being up for the mark this season.
Yeah, I had to throw just to give you a chance.
Yeah, he wasn't quite there. But yeah, I'm gonna hang this up in my room. It's a great day for 11-2K, and Levin's on fire. Mini Mine is terrified. I could go on for ages. Someone's probably going to have to cut off my mic soon.
I got it.
Yeah. Let's do that quickly.
Yeah, let's do that quickly. Once again,
Oscar's music.
Thank y'all so much for being a huge part of this. A fantastic way to close out the entire season. Janice, Vidil, once again, to you, congratulations. New FNCS champions. But don't forget, we have NA East coming up not that long from now. More champions to be crowned there as well. Until next time, the Invitational, we love y'all. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on the battle bus.
Bah, quand t'es moche. Bah, gars, t'es nul.
Oui, je vais te taquiner au sol aussi. Non, pardon, non, merde, non, stop, calme. Le Baka.
Baka, il est moche.
Est-ce que Baka, il est là?
Mignon. T'inquiète, il a gagné les FS.
Allez, dans la chambre. Allô? Ouais, ouais, t'as vu, c'est la meuf, celle qui parle. Alors qu'elle est claquée au sol. Mais oui, clairement. Ah, mais. Non, non, oui, c'est une dingue. Oui, ils puent la merde. Hein? Cumulatif, ouais. Ok, allez, on va voir les Français. Alors. Janice. Vas-y. Regardez là. Comment ça? Aïe.
Ouais.
Ah, la punition là.
Ouais. Regarde, Matt.
Attends.
T'entends pas ce bruit?
Oh, elle est trop mauvaise dernière game.
T'entends pas?
Non, j'entends pas. Alors. Queasy Vino, derrière. Qui sont remontés pas mal. Joël. Anas. Pas mal. Thomas HD. Nixon. Pablo. Seti. Et sont les Français. Sico.
Wesh. Aïe.
Aïe. Oh. Artil qui est remonté.
Skin.
Ils sont des caisses. Oh, non.
Ils ont fait un top 2 en skin.
35, 34, 34. C'est ça qui a pénalisé. On a fait X-Squeeze. Je compte 2 games de merde à la fin. Ouais.
Les 3 et les 3 premières où ils ont check aussi.
Regarde. Il rate de 50-50, il rate de 50-50. Il rate de 50-50, il rate de 50-50, il rate de 50. Ah la cata. On dirait que c'est easy. On dirait que c'est une bonne dernière game quand même.
Ouais. Et après il y aura rien.
KZ, merde.
C'est avec KZ. Ah, on dit l'ex.
C'est moi qui font de la merde encore. Hein. C'est Free qui va être dernier. Hein.
Bah oui. Bah ouais.
Oh là là.
Ils ont check de fou. Ils ont check de malade. Ils ont fait 33 points.
Mais c'est juste cette game qui carry là.
Ouais. Le top 2 c'est qui qui carry. Où ils ont clairement pété en 2 classements.
Ouais. Allez, voilà, vous allez dire.
Viens. On coupe la Switch. Coupe. On va chercher l'autre.